What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it.
And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Brilliant. Dirty Harrison. Van Velzen.
Completes a 4-2 win.
Game
And
shot.
completes a 4-2 win. He will.
Get into the Champions League would be great.
Well, you require 116.
Desperately unlucky. Is Taylor going to get a match start here? Yes, he is. Double top. 4-3
And the
Taylor.
match.
And it means
Scott
that Jack
Taylor.
Tweddle is going to be top of the group.
It's in my own hands.
What a performance it's been.
Game
And
shot.
what a
And the
player
match.
Adam Zavada
Zavada.
is.
Scott first poke. This is looking at 81 down the bottom of the ball, so it's double 12, 1-4-1.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott
Immaculate from Scott Taylor.
Taylor. 57.
Gary's back on 157, so it's treble 19. And it's double top. And he does.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Gary
Well,
Stone.
that is a sucker punch applied by Gary Stone. Good morning, welcome along to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series. Come the end of play this afternoon, we'll know the first player through to a finals night here in Series 10. Well, it's a little bit more of an open race than perhaps we first thought. Adam Zavada won all 5 games on Monday, went 7 from 7, but lost his last 3 yesterday, meaning that it's Jack Tweddle that has pole position going into the final day's worth of action. Scott Mitchell is alongside me today. The last time we reconvened on Monday, it felt like a foregone conclusion for Adam Zavada, but now it's Jack Tweddle that leads the race.
We've seen it before with debutants where they come in and absolutely race away and think that they've got it sussed on the first day. Well, you know, the second day's proved not to be the case for Adam Zavada. But yeah, Jack has just been slow and steady and wins the race. Gets on with what he's doing quietly, confidently. And yeah, I think he's happy whatever scenario he gets thrown up this week.
So that's what we saw yesterday. This is how the table looks going into Wednesday's action. Jack Tweddle has a 2-point lead from Adam Zavada in the group. Gary Stone and Scott Taylor both on 12. They may well be playing off for a position in Group B later on today. And as far as Jack is concerned, he's been the most consistent player over the course of the last couple of days, winning 4 out of 5 over the course of both days. So perhaps not a surprise that he is the player that is top of the group going into today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ironic thing is that Zavada is the person that's beat him twice. So it's something that he'll be wanting to put right today. And you think that if he does that, then he's putting his rivals that are close to him, you know, in their position. So he could win top Group A if he does that. But the other thing that's impressed me most with him is that he's upped his average from day 1 to day 2. He's starting to accelerate in and getting used to the competition.
In terms of Gary Stone, he played well on Monday, didn't get any joy for it. It felt like luck was more fortuitous to him yesterday.
Yeah, I think Gary, sometimes his problem is he stops himself, but when he's not stopping himself, there's one amazing dart player in there. And, yesterday we saw, his average went up a little bit yesterday. He was around the same mark on the 180s that he scored on Monday, but there just seemed to be a marked improvement, even though he only won the 3 games yesterday.
Well, let's have a look at the stats then for the first 2 days. We could compare day 1 to day 2. I suppose the first thing that screams off the page is the drop-off of Adam Zavada. Matter of fact, 87.42 isn't a bad average for the day, but when you compare it to the 98, it's a considerable drop-off. But Jack Tweddle there, consistently around the low 90s mark. Now, if you play like that for the duration of a week, you're going to be there or thereabouts, aren't you?
You are indeed. That is absolutely well put, Henry, because, you've just got to keep going. That 90 and 90 and a bit average is just so difficult to keep up over so many games. And the mental side of it as well, where the table's changing all the time while you're playing. There's lots of factors that figure in, but over the last 2 days, he's managed to sort that out.
Also, it was very clear to see that there's daylight between the top 4 and the bottom 2.
Yeah, there's massive daylight between the top 4 and the bottom 2, and I think that's probably concern from the bottom 2. They really need to get on 0 again and start in another group and try and sort things out, because it didn't go well for them on the first day, and that momentum carried to the second day, and that's what's caused them their problems.
Let's have a look at the odds. It's seldom that we see a flip-flop in betting like this. Adam Savada yesterday was 4-7 to win this group. Today's 5-4. Jack Tweddle goes off the 10-11 favourite. As you can see, only 4 players can win the group from this particular position. If you think Adam gets back to Monday's form, is 5-4 perhaps a bit of value?
I would say yes, it is a bit of value. But can we see him get back to that form? We know that he's got it in there. It just depends what his mindset is going into today, because it must be frustrating to him knowing that he's beat the top of the group twice and he's still not top.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Now, Jack Tweddle's involved in our first game of the session. He's up against Gary Stone, who has been a spoiler this week. He was the first player to depose of Adam Savada yesterday. He's looking for his first success against Jack this week. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with the Scot. Gary, I bet overall you're really happy with the way you've played, but you must be scratching your head a little bit over some of the results.
Sometimes you've got to wonder, ain't you? Monday I thought I played really, really steady. Just kind of run into kind of people on forum, or doubles probably weren't great, but that's just a norm for me. I'm used to that. So it's something I've tried to work on this year, to be honest. For the turn of the year, I've kind of dedicated practice, although it's only been a couple of weeks in, but I said to myself this year, we're not going to Q school, put a lot more effort in this year, try and win a bit of silverware, and emphasise on try to really play well. So no, I can't be too disappointed, to be fair.
So is this year about taking the next steps? Because you've been on the cusp of doing some really good things. Is it about now taking that next step and crossing finishing lines?
Yeah, I think so. That's the thing. Finishing line, exactly what you said there. I feel as if I'm playing well in spells, but spells doesn't win you anything. You've got to be consistent. So, and again, I thought Monday was really good. I thought I played better on Monday than I did yesterday.
The stats prove that too.
Yeah, and it's just one of the things. It's darts, but I've put myself in a good position now. I've a bit of free hit. I'm not looking too much about winning the group. I'm just going there, try and relax. And if I win 5 out of 5, I win 5 out of 5. If I don't, then everybody's in 0 again, and we go again. I'm experienced enough to come down here to know that it's all about making the Saturday, regardless. Is
it a case of if you win all your games, then you may either win the group, but if you don't, then you're in a good frame of mind going forward for the week?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't think it matters what happens today. I think my game's in a pretty good place. So even on a reset, you look at guys like, Bradley's really, really down in the dumps, and I kind of feel for him a wee bit. But you want to keep the foot in the neck, if you like. But that bit in you want to give him a wee bit of encouragement to just say, like, you know what, Brad, you reset again at the end of the week and you go again. But no, I'm experienced enough, as I said before, to know that no matter what happens today, nobody ever wins anything on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's all about Saturday.
Go well. Wish you all the best, Gary.
Thanks very much, mate.
And so for Jack Tweddle, an opportunity to temporarily move 4 points clear at the top of this Group A if he can get the better of Gary Stone here. But Gary has proved to be an awkward customer. Well, you would expect it to be an awkward customer because he is a quality operator. A man that, by his own admission in that interview there, has been somewhat underachiever. And this year he wants to turn potential into results. As for Jack Tweddle, well, he's a man that's trending in the correct direction. And again, another player that sees this year as an opportunity to really grow in his blossoming career. For Gary Stone, he's now at the age of 43, and he feels like now's the time for him to hit his peak in terms of his darting career. A man who's graced all the big stages over an illustrious career. That man's graced some stages in his time. Jack Garwood has been the warm-up act at the Circus Tavern, the Lakeside, the York Barbican, the whole bonus arena, and now he referees here at the Live Lounge. Never a warm-up act and always the main event. Scott Mitchell is alongside me here in the commentary box for Wednesday's action.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, looking forward to this. I think Poor Jack has had some tough starts. He had Adam Savada yesterday, and now he's got Gary Stone
91.
today. But with either way, Jack will not be too bothered because he's sat top of the table with those tough starts. And I don't think he'll be
54.
worried if he does a 4 out of 5 again today. I just hope he doesn't feel pressured into it. He doesn't seem that sort of player. He doesn't seem that sort of character. But you never know until it happens up there on the oche.
121.
Well, I think it was quite telling that he looked sounded very glass half full when I spoke to him yesterday about his chances come what may.
81.
He wins the group, that's great. He's got his automatic ticket, his automatic passage into Saturday's final. But if it doesn't quite work out today, then he sees no disadvantage in playing a couple more days. As long as he's there, he doesn't care
59.
how.
No, absolutely. And it is nice to have a couple of days off. But the bit you forget when you do win Group A is you think, oh, you've got a couple of days off, but we don't play till
45.
later in the evening on the Saturday. So it's kind of effectively 2.5, nearly 3 full days off. And you're getting excited about
81.
playing on the Saturday. Of course, then you've got to wait all day again. It's haven't done that myself. It's a kind of difficult one to try and gauge and get right.
Well, both players, in terms of those
94.
in the top
Gary
two, will have
Require,
different reasons as to why
149.
winning Group A a bit advanced there. We'll discuss that a bit more in the next leg as Stone looks at 149. He took out 157, one of 2 top plus checkouts for him yesterday.
96.
Treadle looking
Jackie
to take out the big
Require,
fish. It was taken a couple of times by Robert Thornton last week, and that is plumb for another bullseye.
145.
And that would have been some way to kick the day off.
Gary Require 53.
It would have been indeed, and he applies a certain amount of pressure to Stone, who only just hits the 13, and that can sometimes
13.
affect your double.
Jackie
Gary
Require
Stone,
25.
I think you can see from his reaction, not impressed.
Game shot on the
And
first
he won't be
leg.
impressed
Jack
now
Tweddle.
that Jack Tweddle has taken that leg off him. He was sat there,
Second leg.
prime,
It's Gary
ready
to,
to
throw
go.
First. Game on.
and it just didn't happen for him. He bent the wire, but it wasn't on the
91.
inside.
Well, for both Jack and Adam, there'll be a want to win Group A for different reasons. For Jack, based in
91.
Swindon, he can travel home today, and realistically, because of the travel from Swindon to Portsmouth, he could probably,
100.
if he wanted to, leave this afternoon and then probably not get back to Portsmouth and probably commute back on Saturday afternoon. So he could spend the morning in his bed, relax, maybe
140.
practice a little bit close to home, spend a couple of hours travel up to the venue and then play on the Saturday. Whilst for Adam Zavada, you feel like
140.
the couple of days off may be helpful for him to acclimatise to the jet lag, which he's openly admitted he is suffering a little bit from.
100. Gary Require.
Yeah, you just have an
170.
extra few hours in bed, wouldn't you? There's no rush to do anything.
58. Jackie Require.
It was
107.
yesterday that he's in a 7-hour time difference compared to at home. So back in Parker,
55.
Arizona, it's 2:45
Gary
in the
Require,
morning. So
112.
it's a completely different experience for him. Stone now looking at tops.
72.
There's now 3 opportunities in this
Jackie
game that's
Require,
come and gone for Stoney.
115. 97.
Flailed at that one a
Require,
bit, didn't he?
40.
We saw on the
Game shot on the
last
second
start,
leg.
and
Gary
Gary
Stone.
Stone makes no mistake. He holds his throat. And now asking himself why he didn't
Third
do that
leg.
last
It's
leg.
Jack to throw first. Game on. $134. $96. $140. $140.
You had to say the scoring so far in this contest has been really good. 4 visits of 2 trebles or more for
60.
Tweddle, a couple for Gary Stone, and it is the man from Scotland that with another treble here, really could threaten the break of throw in the third, and he gets exactly
133.
that.
Jackie
Effectively
required
halves his score.
167.
Treadle looking at 167. He's not going to take it out on this occasion, so Stone will come back
100.
for a bit of
Gary,
a
you require
champagne brunch.
132.
I guarantee that was a dart at the bullseye. And in fairness, he probably was closer to that treble 20 than he was the bull.
79. Jackie
I
requires
think you see the look on his
67.
face to know that he wasn't impressed with himself.
47. Gary, you require 53. Game shot on the third leg. Gary Stone.
Identical dart from Gary Stone and the 13 right on the wire. He did that in leg one and it
Fourth
cost
leg.
him.
It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
And there's another thing when you're in these groups as a player. When you're top of the table, particularly on the last day, you start to get hunted.
13.
You start to get hunted. As a player within the group, you all want to beat the guy at the top of the table. And so Jack has that to face today.
132.
Well, Gary Stone, you felt, was always going to be an awkward start for
140.
Jack. And the other thing that goes of this as well is if Gary can win this game and Savada, and I mean this in no disrespect to
137.
Bradley at all, in the unlikely scenario loses to the Dutchman, then he's very much in play. He'd be a couple of points behind Jack. I mean, he's a couple of points behind no matter what happens, even if Adam
131.
wins. But he puts himself in the picture, and if Scott Taylor could beat Arda Spee, then you have a situation where the top four are all within 2 points of one
55.
another, and then round two sees Taylor take on Tweddle and Stone take on
83.
then Gary Stone take on game 4 sees Gary Stone against Adam Savada, and then game 6 will
93. Gary, you
see
require
Scott Taylor take on Jack
134.
Tweddle. Looking at tops, but unable to apply.
$75. Jack, you require 84.
Well, this to get the break back. Double 11.
62.
Doesn't quite go, and so
Gary, you require 59.
Stone to really rubber stamp his authority on this game. Looking at double top.
20.
He's unable to get,
Jack,
and
you require
it
22.
is much to his frustration. Treadle splits,
6.
but he cannot hit. And
Gary,
so
you
Gary
require
Stone
39.
is presented with yet another opportunity to open up a two-leg gap.
Game shot
And there's
on the
no
fourth
mistake
leg.
on that
Gary
occasion.
Stone. 5th leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. $85.
Yeah, Twitter with it all to do.
97.
He's dropped off his average over the last couple of days. Or has he?
108.
Here he comes.
He 59. $60.
For Gary, it's a leg that if he drops, he knows it's on the
140.
treadle throw. It'll be all about attacking the next leg where he has the darts to beat the man from Swindon.
135.
And Treadle going about his business quite nicely on a single to double after 12.
59. Jackie
An
requires
opportunity
41.
here to bring it back to 3-2.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
does
fifth
so
leg,
with a
Jack
14
Tweddle.
darter.
Yeah, nicely done too.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. .44.
So an opportunity here for Tweddle right at the start of the leg.
96.
Just about takes advantage of it.
58.
And with two troubleless visits from Gary Stone, the throw has already been turned. It's now whether Tweddle can hold on to it, and he now in turn has a troubleless visit himself.
$140.
Stone thought he was going to get a 180 there, but
140.
this is good stuff.
$42.
So a couple of mistakes from Stone there. And it's always hard because you know that this is a really good opportunity to break, and then you start over trying a little bit as a player to be over, you know, to make sure you're throwing it in the right place, and you think you've got the player. And then look at this.
77.
So going from 3 seconds ago thinking you've got the leg on a 138 and your opponent back on 217, all of a sudden
90.
he's now staring defeat in the face with that big visit from
40.
Stone.
Tops for a 4-2 win, which would halt the advances of Jack Tweddle, but also put Gary Stone in the race. He said he needed to win 5 and 5 today. Well, that's the first step on the ladder, and the first one is against the man at the top of the pile. A sigh of relief for Gary Stone. He knows how seismic those 2 points are, and how seismic a 2 points drop they are for Jack Tweddle. A 4-2 win for Gary Stone. Coming up after the break, it is Adam Savada up against Bradley Roos. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it looked like Bradley Roos was attempting a 170 finish there, and he's looking to attempt to win his first match on this stage, but his opening task, well, it's not an easy one. Adam Savada, the American, who running off his first 7 wins in a row, and at that point we're wondering whether he could complete 15 from 15, but Savada has stalled from that point onwards, lost his last 3 yesterday to find himself 2 points behind Jack Tweddle. But the 39-year-old from Parker in Arizona will have seen the result of Jack Tweddle losing 4-2 to Gary Stone in the last game, and would have seen that as a real fillet and something that he can use to his advantage. Any win in this game against Bradley Roos will be enough to send him back to the top of the table. And as I mentioned in the introduction there, Bradley has yet to have won a game on the Live Lounge stage this week. It's been a testing, trying, challenging week for the young Dutchman from The Hague. He's gone back to a shirt which has given him success in the past. I know that's something that Paul
First
Nicholson
leg,
does
it's
grasp
Adam to
onto,
throw
that
first.
sometimes a good bit of
Game on.
familiarity can bring you a bit more joy.
Yeah, it's part of the mental problem for some players. I think it's why I myself have always kind of
81.
had a seasonal shirt, and I've worn it for the season, but it's still bad enough to know that sometimes if you're a little bit superstitious, you will go back to the shirt from the year before and try and find yourself a bit of form.
100.
It's quite a strange one.
Well, Savada has
85.
just been leisurely going about his business for the most part of the week. But for Bradley, that's a different set in comparison to the ones that he were playing with yesterday. And maybe the change is done him good. He was playing with a Peter Wright set of darts on Monday and Tuesday. They look more akin to the type of setup that
55.
he's used here on many occasions in the past. And maybe, as we mentioned, going back to something
43.
that you're familiar with is something that can give you a bit more joy. Comfortability.
Yeah, it looks like a slightly longer barrel and a shorter stem on this setup, rather than the shorter barrel and slightly longer stem. But what Bradley seems to have done is lit the blue touch paper for Adam Savada, but
90. Adam, you require 100.
that was unlucky from Roos to not be scoring a little more than that.
Game shot on the first leg.
Just
Adam
as he
Savada.
sees a glimmer of hope, it is splashed out
Second leg, it's
by
Bradley to throw
Savada.
first. Game on.
from the Arizona desert, by the sounds of things.
Yeah, it's very, very warm where he is. He has swapped the desert
96.
climate of Arizona in the United States for a freezing cold Portsmouth. He's swapped 40 degrees for seemingly it feels like minus 40 degrees out there this morning.
83.
It is freezing here. So I'm glad that we're indoors in a commentary box which has the heating on. And I hope that you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're tuning in
96.
to us from. Here on Pluto TV. If you are watching this on playback, just a reminder of how you can watch Pluto TV. In the United Kingdom and associated territories, just
40.
download the app. It's available on your smart TV or your smart device, or an iPhone, iPad, and the equivalents. It's free to download, it's free to watch.
39.
You just search for the MODUS Super Series channel. Or, if you're one of those naughty people, you know who you are, that like to put it on whilst you're working away, you know, on company time. I'm not going to stitch you up to your boss.
125.
Pluto.tv is how you want to watch it on your computer or your laptop.
96.
I find it too bumpy in the tractor and difficult to get reception in the middle of nowhere, but I know what you're saying there, Henry. There could be one or two who do watch at work, and
123.
fair play to you. Thank you for that.
43. Adam, you require 130.
The little fish is up on offer here for Zavada, and he's got a lovely guide for the treble there. Uses it beautifully. The bullseye doesn't quite go. Didn't quite get the line or the length.
131.
Yeah, had a little flash across to the screen to check Bradley's score.
91. Adam, you require 48.
So it's double 16 for 2-0.
Game shot on
And
a
double
second
16
leg.
he
Adam
hits, and
Savada.
it's one of the things we've noticed with Savada this week, that his double stats are
Third leg,
usually
it's Adam
very,
to throw
very
first.
good. But
Game on.
we did ask him earlier on when I spoke to him in the players' room, you know, which bit did he prefer? Did he feel he's a bigger scorer or a better double hitter? And he said he feels that the scoring is his strongest point of the game, and it's hard to argue with him on that one, but I still think his doubles are pretty strong as well.
80.
And with the combination of the two, it makes you a very dangerous opponent to anyone.
The issue for Savada was everything was down yesterday. Just 87 running average for the day, which is still okay. 31% on the doubles. It's still okay. But I suppose he instantaneously
83.
set very high standards of himself because of his opening day performance. But for Bradley, definitely an improvement. He's gone back to something
99.
that works for him. And I suppose the only negative thing for him is he's playing the player with the highest ceiling in this group, and he's playing towards it in this opening match.
Yeah, but he'll know inside himself whether
95.
he wins this game or not. This is a marked improvement on the consistency, on the scoring. And he just looks more comfortable with this start for me. It's
80.
unfortunate that he's getting the odd bounce out because of the type of flight he uses, a very solid flight. And should you hit that with your dart, it does take the momentum out of the forward motion, and obviously it's not staying in the board.
99.
There's not been many legs this week. That regardless of the numbers, Savada hasn't been left on some kind of
6.
finish after a dozen darts.
Adam, you require
It
164.
may be big, it may be small, and the leg may well be over. But it's sort of been a case that he's been left above 170 after this stage of a leg.
100.
Which, in this format, is just going to give you opportunity after opportunity.
100.
Yeah, it will.
Adam, you require 64.
So 64 this time incoming. Double 8 incoming. There we
shot on
go.
the third
Once
leg.
again,
Adam
showing
Savada.
his prowess on the outer ring.
Fourth flag. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Also, it's Savada putting pressure now on Tweddle, isn't it? After seeing him lose the opener against Gary Stone,
42.
he now has a chance to go level, and he's trying to make sure that he takes it. He's not over the finishing line yet, but he would fancy his chances.
140. $93. $81. $140.
Well, Bradley just trying to G himself up. There has been a marked sign of improvement, as you say. And if he can play like this against most of the other field, he may just make a few more inroads. The problem he's got, he's running into a guy averaging 95 and change and showing no sign of giving anything up in this match.
134.
Not sure what the thinking was there from Savada. Maybe the dart was in an angle that he thought would
59.
deflect it away from
Adam, you require
the
146.
treble 20 that he already had, so he wanted to switch, but all the same, it's done now. He goes the 2 treble 19 route. not going to happen this time round. 70 left. It'll either be treble 10 or treble 18.
94. Bradley, you require 167. $43. Adam, you require 52.
Well, he started a 14 darter. He could end with a 14 darter. Well, it's a good start out the gate for Adam Savada. Just to tell the doubters, he is still here in the race for Group A, and he is now back to a position where he has been pretty much all group long, top of the table, with a convincing 4-0 win against Bradley Roos. That's the tail of the tape. 95.43 average for Savada, 4 from 6 on his doubles, efficient all the way through. Coming up next, Arne Spee up against Scott Taylor. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw a 4-0 win for Adam Savada up against Bradley Roos, and now we're going to watch Arne Spee and Scott Taylor go toe-to-toe in the third match of the morning session here at the live lounge. For Scott, if he wins this game, he'll be to within a couple of points of the top of the table. He'll be level with Gary Stone, For Arna, well, he's improving on results day on day. He won a solitary match on day 1. He won 2 on day 2. So I suppose the natural step of progression for him will be 3 wins on day 3. Up against Scott Taylor, the 33-year-old from Bolton, the Series 6 champion here in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Definitely a steely-eyed look on the face of Taylor today, who has admitted himself he hasn't been in the best of form so far this week. Hasn't
First
quite been
leg,
the
it's Arna to
usual
throw first.
high standard that we've seen from the Lancastrian. But we do know one thing about Scott. When it comes to the money days and the crunch days, he, even if he's not at his best, can
100.
find ways to get the results that he needs.
Yeah, he very much does, and
44.
he'll be happy to be under the radar, I think, on this last day. And he'll just go
100.
about his business the way that he normally does.
81. 59. 54.
We also have to remember that he's in the mix here for a bit of a showdown with
100.
a third place player on whether he goes into Group B or Group C, and we know Group B is the slightly more favourable one because it's 3 that go through from 5.
142.
Whereas Group C is, again, a full day of play, 15 games, and only 2 go through at the end.
42. Scott, you require 142.
Sure, he would rather be in Group B.
$84. Arna, you require 100.
So Arna looking at 80 now. There's the first tops.
60.
Doesn't quite go, and so
Scott,
Taylor
you
will
require
return for
58.
58 to take the opening leg against Fro. He hasn't quite been up to speed so far,
38.
and it allowed
Arna,
speed
you require 40.
free in hand for the opening leg.
$20. Scott, you require 20.
Well, thus far, nobody wants it.
It's double 5 now. He's chasing
10.
around and he cannot find anything.
Arna, you require 20.
It's a great guide, surely.
10. Scott, you require 10. Game shot on the first leg, Scott Taylor. Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Well, it took a while,
Game
but
on.
Scott Taylor's taken the opening leg of this match.
76.
I promise you we'll get to the good bit before too long.
$60. $22. $100. $135. $45. $40.
Taylor seems to be going good score, bad score here in this leg.
140.
After taking the first, and having the throw hasn't suited him. And here we go with another good one following the 40
140.
from the throw before.
Honor, you require 156.
We're showing every single sign of a disease that we like to call inconsistency.
45.
It's usually
Scott,
one
you
of his key
require
strengths.
88.
You rattle around the mid-80s average, or maybe a ceiling a bit higher, and be incredibly hard to beat.
74.
But even with his B game,
Honor,
he's
you
getting a lot of
require
opportunities.
111.
And based on the way Arna's played this week, he should expect to come back for the double 7. But it may not be the case.
91. Scott, you require 14. $10. Honor, you require 20.
17 missed doubles make that 18 missed darts at double between the pair in this game so far.
No score. Scott, you require 4. Game shot on the second leg. Scott takes.
Well, legs are 22 and 24. Don't usually put yourself 2-0 up in many matches, but it is in this one.
Third leg. It's Arna to throw first. Game on.
Any dart player sat at home, and even myself sat here thinking, I just don't get away with that.
140.
How's your luck, Scott?
85. 60. 68. 60. 60.
Sometimes you can have games where actually the first leg can just paint the path for the match to follow, and it felt like the cagey nature of leg 1 is just festered throughout the rest of the contest up to press.
34. Arna, you require 141. 41. 27. Arna, you require 100.
So it's on for Arna to get a leg on the board, and he has got plenty of time on his side.
40.
In some senses, that actually may not be the worst thing in the world, because that looked like that was diverting into the treble.
99. Arna, you require 60.
It's double top. He's back to
Game shot on
2-1.
the third leg. Arna Spee. Fourth leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on. 96. 45.
'This really is a typical early morning type game with
21.
a little bit on it really for Scott Taylor. His opponent just trying to find some rhythm.
99.
But perhaps the irony is that for Scott Taylor, he's probably the player, you'd say of anyone in this group, that should be most used to
41.
the 9:30 start. Just because of his sheer experience here and the fact he's played at a few Champions Weeks and won the thing.
99. 83.
It's just getting about first dart right for Arna.
81.
And across all appearances, and including Champions Week, this is his 9th time in the Group A.
83.
So he should be used to this kind of time slot. Although he's only ever won it once, running up on 4 other occasions.
44. $97. Arnie, you require 133.
So Taylor sat on 80. You feel this 133 would have to go with the amount of darts that they've been having at
43.
doubles in the last
Scott, you
few legs. You feel that this one will go
80.
first dart.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Scott Taylor.
Knows me darts, I do, Henry. Knows me darts.
Not your first rodeo, is it?
5th
I mean the
flag,
darting and not
it's
the
Arna to
farming.
throw first.
I've got
Game
plenty of
on.
horses to rodeo if you want to have a go. But yes,
I'm sure that that's something that people would like to see.
you on the
39.
back of a horse, yes. A wild one at that.
Probably want to see me buckaroo kicked.
60.
The worst horses are the ones that lull you into a false sense of security.
Arna's last score was
Yeah.
39.
Get on me back, I'm all right. And then they throw you off within 4 strides after being nice and kind to you. Lovely animals, horses. Lovely.
$135. $81. $140. $46. $41. $97.
Arna's got
Arna, you
time
require 146.
from this 146 to bring the score back to 3-2. Gets a treble with his
98.
last to leave himself with a single to double upon his return.
$47. Arna, you require 48.
To extend the game, double top. Double 10. He's been here a lot this week.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Arna speed.
And that time he gets it. And we go on.
6th leg. It's Scott to throw first.
A wry smile
on.
and a shake of the head from Scott Taylor. He knows that last leg just was not near good enough.
140.
And he has to find a treble, which he duly does. To try and close this game out if he wants
45.
to stay in touch with Gary Stone. To have a little battle over that B and C group. Gary Stone could go on
39.
and put himself in the mix for the top of the group, but as we sit at the moment, it is Gary Stone and Scott Taylor battling it out for that
100.
plumb line that is the difference between group B and C.
140.
Better there from Taylor, but he's still doing that 140, 39, 140. There seems to be no consistency in his game at all so far today.
81. $57. $85. Scott, you require.
Well, when you consider the
125.
turgid time the players have had on their double, it would have been ironic if it was ball 25 ball. It would also be ironic if Taylor won it with
85.
topper, which he was a width of wire away from doing so. This is not a game to write home
56.
about.
Scott, you
But
require 40.
2 points are 2 points. And that is
Shot
exactly
and the
what
match,
Scott Taylor
Scott
has
Taylor.
got. Having beaten Arna Spee by 4 legs to 2, Scott Taylor rallies off his first win of the day. So Taylor beats Spee by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Gary Stone takes on Adam Savada. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first round's worth of play on this Wednesday morning has concluded. And before the break, Scott Taylor got the better of Arne Spee by 4 legs to 2. The less said about that game, the better. So let's swiftly move on to match number 4 as Adam Savada takes on Gary Stone. The American takes on the Scot here. And for Savada, because of the slip up from Treadle at the expense of Gary Stone, he's now moved to the top of the table. However, if Gary can do the double over the top 2 overnight, then he will put himself to the summit of the Group A table. And suddenly, from 2 contenders, we have 3 horses in this race to scrap it out in a dogfight for first spot.
First leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on. 60.
Well, both the games between this pair this week have been high quality. Zavada hit that 110 average against Gary Stone on Monday, but it was
30.
Stone that hit back with a 4-0 win yesterday. 93.94 was his average, including a 121 checkout.
42.
You felt like Gary was going to try and get retribution if he could against the American. He did exactly that. And kind of began the downfall for Zavada from that point onwards.
100.
Yeah, and you feel this could be a cagey, nervy affair because of the way the first two games have gone. You always hope not, but early doors it could
97.
be until somebody can assert themselves on the game.
And I think for Adam Zavada, this is a sport that he's only really played properly for the best part of 5.5 years now. He's played since
96.
he was 17, back in Parker in Arizona. His parents used to play darts, in particular his mum, who played in a local league.
57.
But it was interesting speaking to him earlier that he's had to have a lot of assurances from work to make this darts dream possible. Because particularly for
59.
any player in the United States and North America, for the top players to make commitments to make themselves the best they possibly can, it is going to take a lot of sacrifice, not just to travel the CDC circuit,
60.
but if you're successful there and
Gary
begin to
required
qualify for things,
147.
playing over in Europe in the big televised majors.
Yeah, it's particularly difficult for them. I remember having a long chat with American player Steve Brown back in the day, and
123. Adam, you require
you know, he had to move over here
154.
to play in the PDC. He had to stay here and find a home here, and you know, it's very difficult. It's a massive upheaval. At least
94.
you know, most Europeans
Gary
can live where they live
24.
and still have a darting career at the top end without too much upheaval.
Game shot on the first leg, Gary Stone.
Gary Stone holds the throw then in that first one, a 20 dart leg, so
Second leg, it's Adam to
nothing
the
really
first.
to write home about, but
Game on.
he won't mind that. It's a point on the board. But yeah, so going back to that, you know, the upheaval of losing or having to give up the job,
100.
finding a place to live, it's just a massive undertaking and much bigger than I think we can ever
60.
surmise over here in particularly the UK or Holland or any nation around. It's just even I even look at the Pro Tours for the Dutch players having to come over here. So much for the Pro Tour, but
123.
you know, in the past they've all been in really nice locations and nice and easy to get to. So sort of like Barnsley, you know, it's only a small sort of
100.
bus ride, train ride from you know, Manchester Airport and things like that. So you know, the PDC do try to make it easier for those players, but all the same, it's still a hell of an
41.
upheaval. And
And I suppose in comparison to other individual sports like tennis
45.
and golf, where the top tour is a global tour, and particularly in tennis, you'll jet set it from one place to another. So there's no advantage actually being from any part of the world, so to speak. Whereas with darts, if you
40.
are in Europe and particularly the UK, you do have a big benefit. And for players from the United States, I mean, I don't know how John Part and Jeff Smith did it for so many years. And then you got that big problem with players from Australia. Damon Heta, a great example of which, that if they want to make it any which way, they know that they have to relocate.
yeah, definitely. And I hear players over here going, I'm a good player, but I can only get so many
59.
days
Gary
off work. And
156.
if I go to a darts tournament, well, they won't pay you. Well, welcome to every self-employed dart player's life. If you're not at your work or place of work, then no, you are
23.
not earning. And that's for, you know,
Adam,
being
you require
self-employed as a dart player is
138.
great. And it gives you the time to travel to do what you need to do. But Every time you're not at your place of work, you're not earning, so you have to take a chance.
And of course, if you don't win your first game on the Pro Tour, you don't get paid at all. And so there's a possibility that you
122.
pay out your expenses and you don't get a penny's worth of return. 19 for double 8. Doesn't go, and so Zavada will get an opportunity to level this game up at 1-1. He finds the double, so Gary Stone has just missed for the break. 1-1.
And the other thing we haven't mentioned about Savada is he only picked this particular set of darts up on the weekend. It's his first tournament with these new darts, and
99.
they seem to be fitting the hand lovely from what we're seeing.
They're definitely keepers for the Reaper. We'll be playing at the Winmore World Masters next week.
60.
In fact, there's going to be a number of players, past and present, 96. At the Super Series that will be involved in that particular tournament.
$100.
And it really is a cosmopolitan field. I know you've got 24 for the main Order of Merit, but you've got the top 8 players from Asia, the United States, players from the JDC Tour as well as the top players from last year's Development and Challenged Order of Merit that didn't get their cards.
140. Gary, you require 135. 95.
Stone leaving tops after 12 for a 2-1 lead in this contest.
40. Game shot on the
13
third leg.
darter,
Gary
Stone edges in front again.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
You played at the World Masters, Scott. You've done it both ways. You've been a player that's played on the floor to get to the TV, and you've been the world champion to be shot down at that particular tournament. What kind of advice would you give to Adam Savada going into that particular tournament?
96.
I don't think he'd listen to me if I gave it to him. I think he's quite a laid-back player. I think the thing with the World Masters being set play, I don't know whether they're still going to play it as set play.
Yes, in the old format.
We think that set play is really exciting for a World Championship. Set play with the best of 3 for a set is an absolute
97.
dream as a commentator, because the game will to and fro, but as a player, it's an absolute brain killer. It really is. You can overthink it. You can be 2-0 up and thinking you're flying, but realistically, you've only won 4 legs to maybe your opponent's 2. And so you look there, sat down at 2-0, and
162.
as soon as that then gets reversed on you, the pressure is on your throw. You have to hold your throw every set that you start. You have to hold that first leg, because otherwise you lose it. You hand the advantage straight to your opponent. Their first
44.
throw,
Gary, you require
second,
146.
and before you know it, you've lost the set 2-0.
I keep telling the producers here, we need to have a World Masters week.
It is so fascinating. That set play is worse
86.
than the best of
Adam,
5 set play at the World
154.
Championships, and everybody praises that. You'll see when it hits our screens again. It's one of those tournaments that you just have to have in the calendar.
66.
And it also gives players who you wouldn't usually see a great chance against the top folk. It's just great tournament.
Adam, you require
Good tournament, great history. But it feels like one of those tournaments. Yes, the latter ends will be televised live on ITV, but I feel like the real heart of the tournament is probably going to be the stuff that comes before the TV cameras come into play. The real stories and the real intrigue will be in those preliminary rounds, and on
63.
players like Adam Zavada, who's at a spot above it here.
20.
He's missed a darted ball to go level at 2-2. And Gary Stone here has got 3 at double 10. Now 1 at double 5 to
Game
get the
shot
break
on
and
the
lead
full flag,
3-1.
Gary
And he has
Stone.
the darts here to complete a 4-1 win and to put him top of the group.
5th flag, it's Gary to throw first.
I remember a
Game
scenario that I had when I very first played. Sometimes you're better off to have not played the format before. It can be an advantage. Similar to coming here as a debutant, but I had a game, I think, with Ross Montgomery. It was the last game to go through to the TV stages of the World Masters. First or second time I ever went, and I'd won 7 legs, and Ross had won 6. Yeah, he'd won them in the right place for sets, and he went through. So it can be a right head mess.
Well, Callum Ritz had something similar, didn't he, against Michael Van
6.
Gerwen, where he'd won more legs than Michael, but didn't just lose, he lost by 2 sets.
Yeah, do I remember rightly that the World Masters was Michael Van Gerwen's probably first big major?
Yeah, 16 years of age, beat Martin Adams in that particular final.
59.
Yeah, I think he was 17, and I think the BDO remembered to check his birth certificate after the final. I think you had to be 18 to play in it.
140.
Then a couple of months later would become the then youngest player to have played at the Lakeside.
100.
Actually went off as the bookmaker's favourite, didn't he? But then lost in the opening round of that particular competition.
Yeah, the World Masters is one that always evaded me. I think I made 3 semi-finals at that one and
105.
didn't ever make a final. So that one is one that, because when you win the Lakeside World Championship, 9 times out of 10, you get a World Masters to go alongside with it. And unfortunately, I'm one of the few that don't have the pair, as Scott Waits keeps reminding me.
38. Gary require 96.
For the match and for a comprehensive 4-1 win. He's going to come back. He's got time on his
56.
side. Zavada averaging here just under 78. Gary's been able just to play at his level for the week, and it's been more than good enough.
Yeah, Zavada has definitely dropped off, whether it's
95.
fatigue over
Gary require
the
40.
travelling over. Although he's been
Game
over
shot and the match. Gary Stone.
since Friday, but it's Gary Stone that takes this one 4-1. Good average there from Gary Stone's happy with his day's work so far. It's not often we see him smiling this much when he leaves the stage. But yeah, good work from Gary Stone. Like you say, kept his average, 88-1-3. 4 from 9 on the doubles. That's the difference for him today. Adam Zavada really dropped off there and didn't feel comfortable at all. But we head off into a short break. You've got time to put the kettle on and make yourself a brew. But then join us when we come back, because we have Scott Taylor taking on Jack Tweddle.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison. The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor. Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Gary Stone doubled up his account for the day, getting the better of Adam Savada by 4 legs to 1, which means if Scott Taylor can beat Jack Treadle here, he'll be on to 16 points. And as you can see, it would mean that we would have a 4-way tie for the lead at the top of the table, with both Arne Spee and Bradley Roos detached in 5th and 6th position, respectively. It's our 5th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Jack, it's a chance to get back to winning ways. And even though we lost his opening match, Scott Taylor really didn't get going at all. Played quite possibly his D game and got the points against Arne Spee last time out. He'll know that he's going to probably have to put 20 points on his average if he's going to win this match.
Yeah, I'd have gone further than that. I think it was a D- game, I think, that one for Scott. And it's so unusual for him.
96.
So, it's easy to criticise, but he won the game, and Scott is one of those players who really doesn't care about the average. He just gets on and cares about winning the games, and we know there are financial ramifications on what position you finish in the group.
180.
Or maybe Scott has just awoken a little bit.
98. Scott, you require 87.
Tweddle plays at a slightly different pace, doesn't he? And it may be a pace that Scott Taylor suits, and maybe he
28.
doesn't realise that he does follow the pace of the player in front of him.
19 would have given him a dart at the ball for the 167.
Scott, you require
and because he's
59.
left himself on a double, Taylor has to take this tops. And does. It's a 14 darter for the man from Bolton. A much improved start. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he knows he couldn't get away with that game, but he had against Arne earlier in the day, and
59.
he knows he has to find an improved game against
100
the man who topped the table overnight
in
the form of Jack Tweddle.
140. 140.
Jack sits that dart on that top wire. He does use it so well. Thunder's the next 2 into it.
Jack, you require 81. Game shot on the second leg. Jack
blistering
Tweddle.
12 dart leg from Jack Tweddle.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Now this is some of the proper stuff, isn't it? 14 darter for Taylor, 12 darter for Tweddle. These two have gone off brilliantly and it's level at 1-1.
41.
There's a little bit more like the
91.
counters we saw on Monday as opposed to yesterday.
Yeah, very much so.
100. $56. $140.
A little thing to bear in mind, the head-to-head's 2-0
84.
in the favour of Jack so far this week, and players like Scott Taylor like to
81.
end those runs pretty quickly. They don't like them to carry on to 3 and 4 games. They like to get them stopped and stop the rot.
140.
But you
Scott, you
have to
require
say-
139.
Both players here in the 130s after 12, not too shabby indeed.
115. Jack, you require 130.
2 stabs at the treble 20 for Jack, and he hits them both. It's double 5.
120. Scott, you require 24.
And so 2 trials for Taylor to re-establish his advantage in this match. Double
Game shot on the
sixes
third
found,
leg,
and these
Scott
two
Taylor.
exchange holds in the first 3 legs. 2-1 Taylor.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. $123.
And this is the other thing for Jack. If he loses this game, he would have began the day top of the table.
140.
But there's a possibility that if things go severely wrong today, he could find himself in Group C come the end of it.
45.
Now, Henry, let's not think it's worst case scenario.
59. $140. $56. $90. $108.
Nice 180 to put
Jack,
himself
you
back
require
in the mix for the break
103.
here for Taylor. So it's 103 for Tweddle.
87.
Nicely set up, so it's all back on Taylor now with the 66. He does go that route. Double top.
46. Jack, you
Rushed it a
require
little, and I think you
16.
can see what he thought of that. He feels he's only going to get one chance.
Game shot on
And that's the
fourth
reason
leg.
why.
Jack
Nicely
Tweddle.
done by Tweddle. 16 dart leg from him, and
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
there are your averages thus far. There's a good stat there that 180s
85.
don't always mean big averages, do they?
It's the consistency of the big scores from Jack Treadle,
58.
which is why he is averaging as big as he is. Scott Taylor, though, you have to give credit when on throw has been doing a very good job of saving it.
79.
And that's all he had to do. All he had to do is hold 4 times in this game and he walks off the winner. And he'll be a smart enough and adept enough player to
132.
know about that too.
Yeah, of course he will, but as you let glimmers of light and hope go to your
44.
opponent and you allow them to get up ahead of speed, they will at some point in that run of 4 challenge you for your throw.
97.
And you have to say, Twiddle is doing a fine job of that here and now.
97. $98. 40. Jackie require 116.
It's been a popular checkout the last couple of weeks, so that's a really good guy because I'm able to utilise it.
27.
And so Taylor, who has been so strong on throw, may have to take this out if he is to keep a hold of it in this fifth leg. Another. Double 18. Would have been for Scott Taylor, skin saver.
Jackie require 89.
And so Treadle's got his break chance. He's got 2 at double 16.
Gets
He
on the
only
fifth
needs the
leg,
1.
Jack Tweddle.
And is that the moment the game moves in the direction of Jack Tweddle? He's got the break he needed,
Sixth
and
leg,
now
it's
he has
Jack
the
to the
darts to
reverse.
win it.
Game on.
But as we know, Henry, a break is only a break when you hold after it. So let's see where this goes.
96.
3 from 4 on the check. Everything about this performance from Jack Treadle has been absolutely excellent.
85.
Didn't play too badly against Gary Stone. The timing and some missed opportunities was the reason why he lost that match. But he seems to have a really strong
115.
mentality that when he does have a setback, he doesn't seem to be overly deterred by it.
100.
Yeah, it's a nice trait to have as a dart player as well. Because it's one of those things that you can't teach.
140.
It's inside, it's natural.
I just think it's a Swindon thing, because Johnny Haynes is very much the same. He won't get too high when
60.
things are high, and he won't get too
Jackie
low when
require
things are low.
150.
He'll take each imposter the same. And Treadle here has got 6 darts for the match. Scott Taylor, well, he huffed and puffed in the
95.
first half of the contest, but the continuous power of Jack Treadle means that the house has been blown down and the cards now stacked firmly
40.
against him. And
Jackie
so
require
Treadle 55 to put this contest to a close.
Game shot.
And it's a
and the
14
match,
darter
Jack
to finish the
Tweddle.
job off, and it puts Jack Tweddle back to the top of the table. It moves him on to 18 points. He beats Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2, and it means now that Scott Taylor could find himself, well, possibly languished in Group C come the end of the day. But what a performance that was. An average of 103.5, 4 from 5 on the doubles, and Jack Treadle returns to the summit. Next up, Bradley Roos against Arne Spee. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a game we saw before the break. Jack Treadle has opened up a 2-point lead at the top of the table with 103.5 average against Scott Taylor. But let's depart the top of the table for now because it's a very, very big game in the race to see who's going to finish 5th. Oh yes, if Arda Spee wins this contest, then Bradley Roos will finish bottom of the table. Arna Spee will confirm 5th spot. This could well be a battle to confirm positions. A big game in the offing, and Scott Mitchell is alongside me to talk about every key dart that's about to be thrown.
Thank you very much, Henry, for the big lead in.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Let's hope we start with a 180 here.
There are definite signs of improvement for Bradley in his first game. He's gone back to a previous setup which worked so well for him in the past. Averaged 83.5. The problem he had was Adam Savada was playing one of his best games of the week against him. If he plays like that against Arna the way that he's been playing this week, this may well be the game where he finally breaks the duck.
100.
I do agree with you there, Henry. I believe that he is
43.
He's obviously decided that it was time to change darts. He's obviously he definitely looked to be flying better, but it's whether he
58.
can get them to fly in the correct place and where he wants them to go. Because when you're searching for that win, that elusive
39.
win, you can start very well and sort of run out of steam because you haven't won. Your mind can't believe you're in a position to win the game. So
57.
I'm hoping he gets off this duck. That's for me. I don't want to see anybody go through groups not winning.
60.
And there would have been a reason as to why Bradley would have changed the darts, and for whatever reason it seemingly didn't work for him. But also,
43.
today is a little bit of a free hit for him. So today is a day where he can experiment because he's probably going
59.
to finish bottom of the table. He'll be
Bradley
confirmed if he
require
loses this match. So today's a day
143.
where if you're going to try something out, it's the perfect time to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And
58.
the attitude I think I would have in this situation
require
is to come in here and
160.
be the absolute spoiler on the day and really try and ruffle some feathers is what I would try to do.
92.
And make
Bradley
yourself
require
important in the
85.
group, even though you're still sat at the foot of the table.
The ball
41.
is not
Arnie
going to
requires 68.
go on this occasion. And so Arna is going to get a dart at tops, and that
28.
goes high and above.
Bradley, you
And
require
so Bradley,
44.
providing he stays straight, should have 2 to take the opening leg. Double 16.
Game
1-0
shot on the
Roos.
first leg, Bradley Roos.
That's just the ninth
Second
leg
leg,
that
it's Arna
Bradley's
to
won
throw
this week.
first. Game on.
But who's counting, Henry? Who's counting?
60.
I need to stop with these silly tally charts, haven't I?
Yeah, you do.
96.
You need to stop doing the silly stats and go home in the evenings and have some jam, roly-poly and custard.
Ooh. Ooh.
100.
Stop making me hungry. It's not even lunchtime yet.
Oh, I know. I chopped mine up and mixed the jam in. Oh.
$140. $100.
Got a lovely chocolate gatto at home. We always have a midweek treat a week. And that's our midweek treat this week, is a nice chocolate gatto.
57.
Yeah, not to be confused with a chocolate chateau, which is a house painted brown.
108.
I was worried where you were going there for a second. Arna, with his first max of the match, has left himself from 61 after 12
Arnie
to
requires 61.
level the score up at 1 apiece. 25 leads double 18. Double 9.
43.
And so,
Bradley
the
require
127 and game is
127.
up for offer for Bradley Roos, and it would put him in control of this contest. And he's going to get a go at double 8. Oh, brilliant,
Game
Brad.
shot on the second leg, Bradley
The
Roos.
best that we've seen from Bradley Roos this week. A change of equipment and a change
Third
of
leg, it's
outcome.
Bradley to
And
throw
for the
first.
first time this week,
Game
we
on.
see that smile beam from ear to ear. And now we really see a man determined, looking to get his first win of the week.
40. $36.
Stick with these.
108.
Stick with these, you'll go far, son.
Honestly, he could throw pencils with points in at the minute. It's all about
108.
confidence. Now here we go. Everybody's having a good time on the Super Series stage.
$121.
How can you not have fun here at the MODUS Live Lounge?
85. Bradley require 160.
Brad looking at 160. This is for back-to-back tub plus checkouts. And the live dart 1 looked like it was sat poised for a second to
80.
join alongside.
$30. Bradley require 80. $40. Arnie, you require 170.
Surely not. Absolutely not. So Bradley, who is beginning to up the levels today, is looking at double top for a 3-love lead.
Game shot on the third
Confidence
leg.
is high
Bradley
with this
Roos.
young man at the moment, and he's on a roll.
Fourth flag. It's Arna to throw first. Game on.
Definitely a different demeanour about him today.
60. $59.
So far this week, Bradley has tasted nothing more than the bitter
58.
pill that is defeat upon defeat. But maybe this is the moment things just begin to move back in the right direction for him.
43.
I do think as well that the darts are going in a bit firm as well, because I think there was points over the first couple of days that they
81.
were going in a bit soft, and because they were going in a bit soft, they were dragging a little bit like that one, but I don't think that was the worst thrown dart in the world. When he throws them with a bit more venom, they find the
140.
target just like that.
I'm impressed. He's got more. He seems to have more adjustment with these when
84.
the darts go wrong. There's more recovery with these.
59. $140.
Well, Arna needs himself on 78 to get a leg back on the board in this contest.
48.
Bradley having a bit of an off
Arnie
leg, but it is one
requires 78.
against the throws, and because he's got a 3-0 lead, has kind of got a bit of a free pass in this leg.
Game
And
shot on
Arna
the
Spee, I
fourth
don't know
leg.
how, but
Arna
he's managed to
Spee.
find a way of squeezing that into the top right-hand corner. And he gave it a bit of a gumption, a
Fifth
bit like
leg,
a
it's Bradley to throw
consolation
first.
goal at Anfield.
Game on.
Now, my fear in these situations is when the player that's been 3-0 up sees something like that happen, they can go off
96.
the boil. Rather than look at their opponent and go, you're going to have to do that a few more times, mate, because I'm here to stay. They can
6.
go, when you've been losing, you start to think, oh, he's going to catch me up, or blah, blah, blah. And Bradley must not let this get in his head. He has to remain positive. He has to look at the scoreboard and remind himself that he is the man leading the
93.
match.
$38. $60. $100.
Better from Arna there. But he's still 50 plus these behind, and
96.
that's a good last start.
$98. Bradley require
Well, he's got 6 darts from here to get the job done 4-1. He only need 3. That's a perfect first dart. He's unable to locate the second, but he's going to leave
100.
himself on a single to double combo when he comes back.
98.
Well, he has been
Bradley
waiting so
require
long for this
56.
moment. He hasn't actually had a match dart yet this week. But he's going to get 2 now. But he's missed 2.
Arnie, you require 107.
This would hurt.
Game
That
shot on the
hurts.
5th leg. On a speed.
Bradley's broken. We're back to 3-2. The match returns to throw. Bradley had
6th leg. It's Arnie
2
to throw
darts
first.
at double top to win the match. They came and
Game
went,
on.
and Arna Speed takes out the 107.
$125.
And it really has given him a lift taking that leg, as I predicted.
And in the words of Arnie, I've broken back.
100.
He has indeed, and Bradley Rose here is going to have to hold on tight, you feel.
100.
Hanging on to the coattails of the Dutchman, who has found a residual improvement. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt.
121.
And you wouldn't be surprised if the comfortable position Bradley was in, having match darts and missing them, that seeing his opponent come back the way he is, that potentially panic
59.
stations will begin to come into play.
59.
We're all even Steven here in this one.
95. 44. Arnie, you require 122. 62.
Well, this has been some fight back for Arne Spieth. Had himself 3-0 down in the contest to potentially a couple of darts
97.
away from
Arnie, you
levelling this
require
match up.
60.
Double 5.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And we
Arne
go all the
Spieth.
way.
Yeah, classy finish there because he got himself in trouble by hitting the double top.
It's Bradley to throw
Missed
first.
the double 10 on the inside, but
Game
of course, then once you've hit the double top, you have thrown a dart there, you have the range, you have the feel, and he slotted it straight in the double 5. Still not the easiest thing to do, but nicely done there. So from 3-0 down, he finds himself at 3-3.
$140.
And just as we mentioned a bit earlier, it looks like those darts are just
57.
beginning to drop low again for Bradley, and it looks like his confidence has dropped low as well. You can see that the smile and the vigour that he was playing with at the beginning of the match has
99.
turned on its head. He looks like a man that's all over the place right now, looking to keep himself together, pull himself together.
It's right from the moment where he had those match darts, isn't it?
58.
Start to all unfold, and although he's been in legs, Arne Spieth has not given him an inch, and he's doing it again.
133.
I don't know whether he's a Nottingham Forest fan or not, Bradley Roos, but it's a bit like that chant that was sung at the City Ground last week. He's in your head.
57.
Arne,
Arnie, you require 129.
And it could well be a third consecutive win for Spieth against Roos if he could take out 129 in 6.
93.
And he has left himself on 36 after 12 to do exactly that. It would rubber stamp 5th place in the group. For Bradley, it would be a 12th consecutive defeat.
64.
This
Arnie, you require 36.
to hand down further punishment
Game
for Bradley
shot and the
Roos, who had a
match.
couple of
Arne
darts to
Spieth.
win it. But Arne is in Bradley's head. And for Spieth, he's guaranteed 5th. For Bradley Roos, of the 12 defeats he's had in this group, that's the one that's going to hurt the most. Coming up after the break, Gary Stone against Scott Taylor. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jack Tweddle got the better of Scott Taylor in the middle of round 2, doing so with an average of 103.5. That puts him to the top of the table, 2 points clear. This is how he did it. Impressive performance against Taylor, and now the evidence of what's happened so far today is Tweddle winning his second match after losing his first, Savada winning one and losing one, and Gary Stone winning both of his games, means that things are very tight at the top. Tweddle still maintains his 2-point lead, but he has a couple right behind him, Stone and Savada. To keep his hopes alive, Scott Taylor realistically has to win this game. If he loses it, then he's probably out of it, and realistically he's scrapping to keep a hold of a place in Group B if the truth was to be told about the matter. So, Taylor against Stone, rivalries renew for the 3rd time this week. For Stone, a chance to win his 3rd match of the day in succession. Couple of 88 average. In fact, he's had the same average in his first 2 games, 88.13 and 88.13.
Game on.
4 for 9 on his doubles in both Game 1 and Game 2. I think it's fair to say we know roughly the level he's playing at.
140.
I think you're right. And if you ever tried to do that dart for dart as a player,
100.
it'd be highly impossible.
Well, particularly with 2 different scorelines as well. He won 4-2 and 4-1. Now, you can do so if you win, say, 2-0 and you keep rattling off 15 darts a leg. But to do that way is incredible.
81. 140.
Maybe should have went away from the treble 20 segment there at the last start.
140.
Curiosity obviously got the better of Gary there, but he'll argue he's in a better position. But we know that Scott Taylor's more than capable of taking finishes like this out.
$80. Gary, you require 57.
Tops for Gary. Wasn't overly sure as to where that was. That's why he stepped back for a second. Double take. He's been good with this last dart in hand, and he is so there. 1-0, 15 darter. Gary Stone.
Second leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on. 60. 134. 100. 58. $60.
Well, Gaz here will start down on the 19s on the 309, knowing him as well as we do.
139.
And that is why, because the couple of trebles in the single leaves himself on the fish.
Much better than the 162 he left himself previously.
99. Gary, you require 107.
Good bit of dart smash there. Well, this could be Sun 6 darts. Didn't have to go for the bullseye when he found the second treble.
98.
But maybe there would have been a little part of him rolling around the back of the mind that may have contemplated it.
$44. Gary, you require 72.
2 12s for 2-0.
60. Scott, you require 138. $118. Gary, you require
Pressure applied.
12.
Stone looking at 2 6s. Should be inviting. Is
Game shot on
inviting.
the second
2-0
leg.
Stone.
Gary Stone.
Yeah, nothing silly with the first dart there by launching himself and half his body at it.
Third
was all
leg,
about
it's Gary to throw first.
Making sure he did nothing
Game
silly
on.
with the first and attack with the second, and that's exactly what he achieved.
59. $108.
I tell you what, I've just had a look up at the stat screen,
Six.
Scott, and it makes no sense whatsoever. Because it feels like Scott Taylor's been outplayed all game long, but is averaging just under 104.
100.
Yeah, I noticed that. But when you're not getting a dart at a double, you can keep your stats right up there.
100.
But it just goes to show that Gary Stone is restricting opportunities, cutting them off at source.
40. $78. 90.
So a good opportunity here for Taylor to get himself on the board. But how good an opportunity it will be will depend on Stone's score.
55.
And it's
Scott,
going to
you
be a
require
nice opportunity.
91.
Recovers. But
51.
he's not going to get the tops.
Gary, you require
So Stone here looking at 149.
59. Scott, you require 40.
So Taylor to put
Game
one
shot
on the board,
third leg. Scott Taylor.
which he duly does. It's a breaker throw.
Fourth leg.
And
It's
after the
Scott to
brilliant
throw
start
first.
Gary Stone had,
Game on.
he could be finding himself back
108.
into the clutches of a
He-
2-2 scoreline, and Taylor with that 180 is trying to
121.
wax lyrical the fact.
The 3-180 Scott Taylor's had have been at the beginning of legs. And he's followed up there.
108. He 108. He Scott, you require 141. 41.
Shall we pretend that never happened?
Yeah, let's let him off of that one.
It was that bad I can't even be asked to boo.
64. Scott, you
I
require
didn't even get the
100.
B out. It was already gone and in the one.
Tops.
Game shot on the
12
fourth
darter.
leg.
That's
Scott
a ton.
Taylor.
That's Taylor level at 2-2.
Fifth leg. It's Gary to throw first. Game on. $81.
But because of the scoring power Scott provided, you expected at some point things would become equal before too long if he
45.
carried on scoring that way. And that's exactly what's happened in this game.
44. 100.
There was never any other outcome than a max there.
108. 42.
Really has got going this one now. 6-1-8, he's in the game.
100. 60. Gary, you require 96.
Has to recover, treble 19, leaves the double. Finds it
Game shot on the
superbly,
fifth leg,
3-2
Gary
stone. These
Stone.
two really are exchanging blows upon one another.
Yeah, they are sure bringing the best out in one
Sixth
another here.
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $45. 59.
Right on cue, a trebleless visit from both players.
60. 108.
Seventh of the game.
He 80.
One on the floor there. A very untimely moment for Taylor.
$44. 140.
Well, Gary's got 6 starts to get this game 1-4-2, and you feel like if he's going to win it right here, right now, he's probably going to have to take it out in 6.
58.
But a trebleless visit there means that Taylor's got a great opportunity to set up and leave himself on a double, but he needed a couple of big trebles. And actually, you
78.
could argue that
Gary,
he's left
require
himself on 98.
106.
There's just a little bit of a glimmer for Gary, particularly if he can find another one of them. Double top. Wins it in
shot, and the
style,
match
and
goes
Gary
to-
Stone will move to the summit of the group with a stunning performance and a stunning finish to depose of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2. What a quality contest that was, and what a quality way to end it. The 160 checkout for Gary Stone has sealed a 4-2 win against Scott Taylor. Coming up after the break, a cracking game in prospect as Adam Savada takes on Arda Spee. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at Portsmouth in the Lions Lounge. And if you're just joining us, you've just missed a cracking Game 7 between Gary Stone and Scott Taylor. 7 180s in that match. A 160 shot out from Gary Stone to win it 4-2. And can these two now here in our next match, Adam Savada and Arnie Spee, send us some more quality action? Stone took himself to the top of the table with that match win.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Adam
Game on.
Savada probably the favourite here in this one on form going from the last 2 days, but he did have a bit of an iffy game in his last outing, and
120.
he needs to find his groove again, because other players now are in that position where you'd say,
96.
like Arne, his kind of position is settled in the group now. He's got nothing to worry about. He can throw with freedom. And that's when these lower players, we see it week in, week out here in Group A, become a little dangerous toward the tail end of
140.
the day.
Well, for Arne, he won this game against Savada yesterday. It was somewhat an upset. Savada was way off his top stuff in that particular contest, and it looks like he's
81.
fully settled here, even though he's left himself for the finish after 9 darts.
45.
So 159, so can't finish now.
$83.
Well, if this can turn into a 140, not now because he's straight. It's a 125. It's still pressure on the
Adam, he
76.
requires 76.
Coming in for Savada. Looks like he's going to stay there, and it's double 18 for the first leg of this match. And he
Shot
takes
of
it.
first leg, Adam Savada.
A nice tidy finish there, and I like that shot, the way that you finish that way, because obviously your
Second
third
leg,
dart
it's
is
Arne
a
to throw
similar sort of
first.
region, but
Game
just
on.
across to the right. You've already kind of got your level of throw where you've thrown at the 2
82.
big 20s, and you just switch across to the treble 18, and I always find that an easier way to go, but obviously there's always the fear of the treble 20. So you have to go way, way
100.
high on the job.
Well, the good thing is, because his darts lie flat, it actually restricts the view of the treble bed and restricts the view of a
81.
ricochet in, or restricts the possibility of a ricochet in. I think one of the interesting tells when we were speaking to Adam, or have been speaking to Adam over the course of the week, is he still feels as if there's more to come
100.
from him. That even though last year was the year of his life, he feels like there's still more natural steps of progression to go. The burning dream, I suppose, for any player is to play on the Ali Pali stage of the World Championship. That's
140.
high up on his priority list for 2025. And you say the way he's been playing this week, I know the CDC is a very
100.
tough circuit to
Adam, you
crack,
require
but
161.
he'd give himself every single chance to be in the right positions to do so.
$90. Anna, you require 138. $98. Adam, you require 71.
So once again, Arna doing a little bit of good stuff towards the end of the leg here. Savada is going to get one dart at tops, and that's all he needs.
Second leg, Adam Savada.
Finds himself 2-0, and these are the sorts of things that break your opponent's heart.
Third leg,
Going
it's
out in
Adam
one
to the
dart when he
reverse.
sat there on a double,
Game on.
and as you can see,
$100.
good start. Poor Savada. Minimum requirement, really, when you're 2-0 up, you want to continue to apply the pressure to your opponent, and 100 with your first throw does that while he's still heartbroken from your single dart exit from leg 2. Now he's not looking because he doesn't know what he's doing. But our referee Jack Garber will let him know immediately it's a 180.
Well, Arna Spee is playing his best darts this
97.
week. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt. He's averaging 96.73. However, a little bit like Bradley Roos earlier, who raised his game against Savada, the American is doing exactly the same. His average 106.83 and improving. And on for an 11-dart leg to open up a 3-0 lead.
57.
I think Arna's just been caught between
Adam,
the
you
tailwind
require
there.
81.
Treble 19, double 12. 12-dart leg coming in.
Game shot on the third
Beautifully
leg.
done.
Adam Savada.
Used the previous dart beautifully, and Adam Savada is taking no
Fourth leg,
prisoners
it's
here in
Arna
this
to
one.
throw first. Game on.
15, 15, 12, average of 107.36. His best of the week is the 110.34 against Gary Stowe. That was on Monday. May not be to those high levels, but it's another signal that if people thought that the power of this man was just beginning to wane as the
41.
finishing line was approaching, then think again.
$140. $140. $100.
Well, yesterday we saw Novak Djokovic win an ill-tempered match at the Australian Open tennis tournament, but it looks like Adam Zavada is going to provide excellence by keeping his cool under pressure. But he may be made to wait a leg longer to win this particular match. Arna unable to take out the 161 checkout.
99. 43. Arnie, you require 62.
For 15 darter. Doesn't go,
46.
but luckily for him, Savada is nowhere to be seen in this leg.
$99. Arnie, you require 16. Game shot on the fourth leg, Arne Spee.
Nicely tidied in 16 darts there for Arne Spee.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Well, he did come back from 3-0 down last time, did Arne Spee, to get the better of Bradley Roos in the last leg decider. Is he going to do something similar here, perhaps?
137. $140.
And Arne has been playing well enough to cause issues.
Yeah, he needs that group with 0 points to start again, doesn't he? Because he's definitely grown into the week on this one, I have to say.
60.
He's playing a lot better today than he did on day one.
Three players that will join Group C are Alex Small, Joe Croft and Neil Minear on Thursday and Friday, respectively.
Adam, you require 124.
He's left himself for the finish after 9, and he's got 6 from here to see this game through. Doesn't have to go treble 18 bull. Doesn't have to go for the bull.
92.
And won't go for the bull.
$134. Adam, you require 32.
So, can Savada cap off another brilliant performance with a
Game
double
shot
16
and the
with one
match,
dart? He
Adam
does indeed.
Savada.
It's a 4-1 win. Putting himself back in the mix. It was a sensational game, that one. We did ask for a little bit of follow-on from the game before, and that's what we've got. Here's the averages. Savada, 102.21. Seems to be doing those for fun, and it all comes along when his checkouts are on 4 out of 4 or 4 out of 5, like on this occasion. Arne Spee, 96.38, by far the best we've seen from him so far. That'll give him confidence going into his next round of matches. But we head into a short break, and when we return, we will see Jack Tweddle taking on Bradley Roos.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series
one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Adam Zavada averaged 102 and got the better of Arne Spee by 4 legs to 1. That means that Stone, Zavada and Tweddle are all on 18 points in the group. A win here for Jack Tweddle against Bradley Roos and move him on to 20 points and then put him top of the pile with a couple of matches or a couple of match rounds still left to go. As for Bradley Roos, well, he's hoping that 13 is lucky for him because he's played 12, he's lost 12. He is hoping to finally taste success. He had a couple of match starts against Arne Spee, which came and went. What's going to happen is he takes on Jack Tweddle, who last time out averaged 103.53 against Scott Taylor with a 4-2 win. It feels like Tweddle and Zavada are just beginning to make statements of intent. But it is Gary Stone for now that's top.
Game on.
But Tweddle can reassert his authority here.
Yeah, he can. We're just sort of closing out
43.
our third block of 3 matches. So Tweddle really is in the box seat. He has 3 games left, where the others do only have a couple.
100.
So interesting times here to the climax of Group A.
78.
The bottom side of it may all be sorted, but the top side certainly is not.
46.
Roos sticking with the barrels that we were talking about.
108.
180 goes in for Jack. Roos looks to have kept the same barrel but changed the stem setup to a different colour.
45.
Well, it feels like Tweddle is just
96.
continuing where he left off against Scott Taylor in his previous match. The last,
81.
let's say the last
require
5 games have been
104.
real high quality. And the quality's continuing here for Jack.
84.
This is tops for the 104. He's going to come back for 2 10s.
59. Jackie required 20. Game shot on the first leg. Jack Tweddle.
Eventually pins the double 5 to lead 1-0.
Second leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on. $45.
Now we're seeing Roos getting a little bit upset with himself now because he's put himself in a position to
108.
win his last game and didn't convert it. And now you can see that Tweddle is bouncing off of the back of
140.
Roos's reaction, I think, is the only way to say it.
Well, you feed off that energy, don't you? If your opponent is physically punching himself when scores aren't going right, then you know for a fact that they're not in a good place. And you feel like if you could just do your job to the best of your ability, then you should see your opponent off.
We're having a game on the British Open stage against Cam Menzies, and he punched himself so hard in the head when he missed something that I thought he'd knocked himself out.
65.
And what he did do is knock some sense into himself, because he went on to beat me 4-3. So for some, it does work.
Game shot on his second leg, Jack Tweddle.
And a good finish there from Tweddle.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first.
I should say, do not try that at home.
No, but good all the same when it goes in your favour.
96.
That's a 12 darter for Jack to break. Truth be told, Bradley was nowhere to be seen. He's averaging 102.94 right now. Here's Tweddle.
135. $100. $59. $100. $43. $165.
Big visit there from Tweddle, and really has broken the heart of Roos here.
40.
Who used that dart.
Game
He's
shot
been
on the
doing
third
it
leg,
all
Jack
week.
Tweddle.
Takes a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Well, the man from Swindon's going supersonic here. He's 3-0 to the good in the space of, well, not even 5 minutes played in this game, and he's one leg away from victory.
140.
That is how quickly he is dismantling Bradley Roos here.
140. $59. $100.
Well, Jack looks set to close in on a
98.
convincing, comprehensive, you name the adjective, it's probably correct, 4-0 win.
140.
Averaging 108.5. Is doubling as it has been all week. Has been efficient too. But Bradley here, credit to him.
Jackie require 100.
He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12 if this doesn't go, and it's not.
81. Bradley requires 64. $48.
And a failure to get means that Jack Tweddle's got a chance to finish this game off once and for all. Double top. Doesn't go, and so Bradley gets 3 more.
Bradley requires 16. $8. Jackie required 20.
2 10s. Well, the average has taken a nosedive because of his doubles at the line.
No score.
Was now below the ton mark for the first time.
8.
Yeah, he was on an average well above 107 when he started Going for the doubles in this leg.
Game shot on the 4th flag, Bradley Roos.
A sarcastic raise of the
5th
hands
flag,
there
it's
from
Jack to throw
Bradley.
first. Game
But
on.
to be fair for Jack, that's what you need when you have a leg that you mess around. You want to be punished.
100.
You don't want to keep getting away with them because it keeps you on it. It makes you not do it again.
60. $96. $57. $140. $45. $125.
Treadle leads tops after 12 to complete a 4-1 win and to
59. Jackie requires
supply further
40.
pain for Bradley Roos. It's been a Group A to forget for him. Decided to
score.
bust the score. Well, he's been so good in this game, but he's been unable to finish it off. Or at least finish it off cleanly.
Yeah, and you don't want that creeping into your game going into this latter stages of the
60.
group.
Jackie
Got a couple of
requires
games coming
40.
up.
Game shot.
Well, he worked
and
for it in
match.
the end. The
Jack
performance
Treadle.
by and large was very, very good for Jack Treadle. He stumbled as the winning line approached, but he's got the better of Bradley Roos 4-1 nonetheless. And it's an unlucky 13th defeat from 13 for Bradley Roos, but for Jack Treadle, he moves back to the top of the table. 20 points to his name. He's top of proceedings with a couple of rounds to go. And that 4th round of the day begins with Scott Taylor and Adam Savada. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow! Series where before the break, Jack Tweddle got the better of Bradley Roos by 4-1. That puts him to the top of the table on the 20 points. He is 2 wins away now from sealing his place into Saturday night's final, meaning he would do so with each of his first 2 attempts here. Scott Mitchell is alongside me here in the studio for our half-time Oranges chat. And as far as Jack Tweddle is concerned, when the pressure's been on, he's pulled in an average of 102. And realistically, if it wasn't for missed match starts in that previous match, it would have been an average probably around about 105.
Yeah, he was flying at 107 on the point where he sort of gave that leg up. And that might concern him a little bit going into the next ones. But he needs to win those 2 games as well because his leg difference is not quite as good as Gary Stone. So he can't afford to drop one of those. If he goes back to leg count, he could be in trouble if Stone wins his 2 games.
And also, how important was that big performance against Scott? Because he lost to Gary in the first game, and there is a feeling that when you're in the position that Jack's in, that things can go very wrong very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. We know it's very topsy-turvy here, particularly when the table gets flashed up in the back room and you're all stood in there as guys checking it out. It can throw your mind a little bit, but that was some average from him and a good win because Scott was playing really well back at him as well. So that was the plus and the bonus for me.
What's been your thoughts on Gary Stone today?
We've seen a very different Gary Stone today. We've seen a Gary Stone that looks up for the challenge. He's not absolutely knocking himself. He said at the start of the day he felt, you know, he was looking for a 5 out of 5, and where it leaves him, so be it. And he looks a more relaxed Gary Stone today, and a better player for it. So it's something we want to see more from him.
He said that he is playing for a free roll today because he knows that 5 out of 5 is probably the only way he's going to win the group. Has it felt like he is playing with that sense of relaxation today?
It does. It really looks like it. He's smiling. He's laughing. Not being too hard on himself, and the results are coming with that. So, for me, I think he's got to try and play that way a little bit more.
His last 2 against Bradley Roos and Arne Spee. If we're being brutally honest, and this is nothing against them, they're probably the 2 fixtures you want at the end of the finishing line.
Yes, you would. Yeah, you would. You would feel that if he drops one of those, then he's made a massive mistake and doesn't deserve to go through. Everybody in that back room would be looking at those games going, well, it looks like he's going to win both of them. And for Tweddle, he's not got to look at that too much. He's got to decide and go and get his own 2 games and try and ignore that. He's got to try and make sure that he doesn't feel like he's playing like a front runner. He's got to play like he's chasing it. And I think he'll be okay if he does that.
In terms of Adam Zavada, the 8 game is still very much there. But maybe we're seeing a couple of more off patches than perhaps we did on Monday.
We've seen a few chinks in the armour, haven't we? Where on Monday we looked at him and thought, wow, this guy is the real deal. As the passage of play is going on, he's still averaging nicely, but he's not doing those killer moments that he was doing on Monday that made him go 5 out of 5. So there are little chinks. It could be through travel, could be through tiredness, could be through whatever. But, yeah, I still think he has a say where this group goes, though.
As for Bradley, he quite literally cannot buy a win, can he? He was 3-0 up against Arne, misses a couple of match starts, Okay, he had the 1-2-7 here to go 2-0 up, and you were just thinking maybe things were just beginning to turn for him. But that loss there felt like that was one that hurt.
Yeah, because he had 2 match darts as well, and that's the annoying bit for him. And that one was a big deflection, the second dart. He didn't throw it there. It left his hand and it looked good. And then Arna just kind of thought, you know what, I'm going to give him no second chances. And he didn't. He didn't give him another dart. So, yeah, it's annoying for Bradley. But then he's not helping himself at times. He's you know, his bottom lip's dragging the floor. It's everything he feels is against him at the moment. And when you're a young man and you're playing this game, you haven't quite got the experience to kind of drag your head out of the shed, and at the moment that's something that he's struggling to do.
Well, let's have a look at the state of play going into the final couple of rounds of fixtures. Jack Tweddle with a 2-point lead, but Gary Stone with the more favourable running of the 3 players that are chasing top spots in the group. Right, all the players are fighting for a place through to Saturday night's final here, the live lounge in Pause. And if you want to be here, this is how you do so. So that's how you can book your ticket for Tweddle, Stone and Zavada. They're looking to book theirs on the stage on Saturday evening. And next up to bat, it is Adam Zavada taking on Scott Taylor, who can finish on 18 points, can still mathematically get into Group B, but he would have to win both his remaining matches and hope that there's a collapse elsewhere. If he loses this game to Zavada, then the former series champion will be resigned to an afternoon campaign in Group C. But Scott Taylor, even though he hasn't played at his best, he's the type of player that you just don't want to face, because if he turns it on, then
First
he
leg,
could reel off
Scott
3-4 legs
first.
very, very quickly. Before you
Game
know
on.
it, you're off the stage and you've lost.
Yeah, he has levels, doesn't he? That's what he has with him. We haven't always seen him this week,
60.
but we know they're there. And he can do exactly what you say, reel off stuff that everybody would be proud to be throwing. So Zavada has to be careful here.
100.
The thing that Zavada doesn't have in his favour is obviously leg difference with this. He'd have to
140.
win his 2 matches and hope favours came from elsewhere. If he's to top the group, that's my feeling on it.
You feel like of the 3, he's the one that's got the most work to do. I know he's level on points with Gary Stone, but we mentioned earlier the running for the Scots should be more favourable on paper. Never always works out that way.
100.
And for Jack Tweddle, well, the equation's simple. If he beats both Arda Spee and Adam Savada.
100.
In his last 2 games, he goes on and wins the group. Nothing ever works out quite as it seems, though, here at the live lounge. There's surprises around every single corner.
Scott, you require 145.
Taylor looking at 145 to take the opening leg. It's not going to go, and so
89.
Savada is back
Adam,
for
you require
60 to get
60.
the opening leg breaker throw. Oh, perfect guy for tops. And
Game shot on the
nestles it in
first leg,
beautifully.
Adam
14
Savada.
darter, breaker throw. Savada 1 to the goods.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. $125. 98. $100. 108.
Here comes the snarling Scott Taylor.
$123.
They recovered very well there. That was a very loose second dart. That's been very uncharacteristic for Adam this week.
97.
Even if he hasn't
Adam, you
hit, he's
require
been there or thereabouts. You haven't seen
153.
anything go wild like that. But is he going to go wild here? Well, he's not going to take out the 153, and so Taylor back for 126 to square this game up at 1-1
83.
and
Scott, you
to
require
ask a few more
126.
questions of the American. Bull. Beautiful.
Game shot on a second
And Scott
leg.
Taylor is
Scott
back
Taylor.
on terms. You can never
Third
keep
leg,
a
it's
good
Scott
man
to throw
down.
First. Game on.
And Scott Taylor is fighting and scrapping for everything.
140.
Is this the game where it all clicks? And if it clicks, somebody's on the receiving end of it.
125. 59. 95. 75. 95. 57.
'Well, Taylor had the 1-2-6 in the
58.
previous leg. Is
So
he
you require 170.
going to net the big fish here? Not on this particular occasion. So Savada looking at a similar
64.
range finish as that his opponent
Adam, you
took out
require
against him in the previous
128.
leg. Oh, this is beautiful.
118. Scott, you require 106.
Yeah, 128, one of those dodgy shots that you don't reap the reward by hitting the treble. You've got to hit a second treble to get a go at the double 10, but
Adam, you require 10.
Savada dodged a bullet here. Taylor not getting a dart at the 106.
8.
And a rare 3
Scott, you
darts at a
require
double miss
46.
for Adam Savada. Taylor
Game
takes
shot on the third
advantage,
leg. Scott
breaks
Taylor.
the throw, takes a 2-1 lead.
And 2 from 2
Full flag,
on the
it's
double
Adam to
so
throw
far
first.
is Scott Taylor.
Game on. $108.
Well, there's the customary Adam Savada max.
57.
And maybe, just maybe, he's gunning for more. Or maybe he isn't.
100. $57. $100. $58. Adam, you require
Savada
121.
looking at 121 to square this game up at 2-2. And he has got time on his side to do exactly that. Well, that's fortuitous because that's left himself on a ton.
81.
And that is tops after 12, which has seemingly been his MO for most of the week. Well, at least they double after 12 anyway.
140. Adam, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth flag. Adam
Got there in the
Savard.
end, didn't he? Just crept his way down.
Fifth flag. It's Scott to throw first. Game on. 95.
Still hungry is Savada for Group A success. And if he can win this game, then he'll put himself one step closer to that. If not,
140.
his chances, well, they may well be as alive as that of the Grim Reaper.
97.
They may well put his chances in a coffin.
$38.
Coffin, other illnesses available.
59. $140. $44.
Gotta admit, I've got to be admirable of the job Adam does, because as somebody that's scared completely the idea of dying and death, I can
59.
imagine that is a hard job to do day in, day out.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
100. Adam, you require 124.
124 to keep his hopes alive. 18 does not go.
56. Scott, you require 106.
A
Game
different
shot on the
way
fifth flag,
to take
Scott
out
Taylor.
the 106. Went for the big 6, obviously to go back for tops.
Sixth
Hit the
flag, it's Adam
18.
to throw first. Game on.
Switches across the board to the 28 and double 14. And takes the lead. A very quick darting brain indeed.
58. $134.
Well, Scott Taylor's a leg away here from pretty much reducing Adam Zavada's chances to ashes in terms of winning this group.
43. $95. $100. $102.
Well, the 25 there with the last dart leaves Scott Taylor on the big fish. Zavada needed a
60. Scott, you
couple
require
of trebles there to leave
170.
himself on an out, was unable to oblige, and so Taylor here, 6 darts to win it for 2.
60.
Another one of those makes
Scott, you require 110.
Taylor's life a little more difficult, or does it?
70. Adam, you require 100.
He did dice with the treble 10 there. I think that's what put Scott Taylor off a little when it went back to going for the tops, but Zavada now having to stay straight. Another one of those, and we're all level.
Game
Nicely
shot on
done.
sick
The tongue
flag. Adam Zavada.
finish from Adam Zavada. He just doesn't
Seventh
seem
and
to go
final
away. A bit
leg.
of bounce
It's
back
Scott to
ability
throw
about him,
first.
and he never knows when he's
Game
beat,
on.
does he?
That's the third tub plus checkout in as many legs.
137.
And so this a pivotal leg. For Scott Taylor, he could just give himself an outside squeak of Group B. In fact, you'd give him a chance if he wins this game because he plays Bradley Roos in his last match. Adam Zavada's going to take on Jack
140.
Tweddle. And so there's still a realistic
100.
chance he can get to 18, but the problem he's got is the legs difference the legs difference. Ignore everything I've just said.
Yeah, most of us usually do, yeah.
55.
Because I'm just having a look at the legs difference and it'd be a complete and utter irrelevance. I've wasted my time and wasted some breath and wasted some oxygen on that.
100.
Taylor looking good here on the 164. He'll stay there. Will Zavada.
171.
Got away with that.
Scott, you require
19 wouldn't have left him a lot. But he hit the treble. 71. And it's turned out to be a really good shot because
117. Adam, you require 135.
feeling now this has to go. So it's 25. Or the ball, but just not the 18. So 38 scored, 97 left. He's down the bottom now.
55. Scott, you require 47.
So for 4-3 win for Scott Taylor.
27.
Match starts are come and gone, and this is an opportunity which
Adam,
may
you
just keep
require
Zavada in
80.
the mix. If he wins this, he moves on to 20. He poses the question of Stone and Tweddle. Just when he thought his hopes were in the mortuary, he may well come back from the dead.
Game shot. and
Adam
match.
Zavada has
Adam
resurrected his Group A campaign. The Reaper gets the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 3, just when it looked like his hopes were dead and buried. He had to evade opportunities of his opponent, and that is why he puffs his cheeks, because he knows he may have got away with one there. 3 top plus checkouts in that match, but it's a game that Zavada wins 4-3. Coming up after the break, Bradley Roos takes on Gary Stone. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Well, welcome back from the break, and if you are just joining us, you missed an absolutely stonker of a 4-3 between Adam Savada and Scott Taylor, with Scott Taylor missing a couple of darts at a double to win it, and Savada taking an 80 shot out with one dart at tops. So he remains in the mix for the top of the group, but as you come back and join us, we have Gary Stone taking on Bradley Roos, and Bradley Roos is having, so far, a couple of days to forget. Can't seem to get himself a win on the board. And Gary Stone today, he's been flying. He's got himself
First leg,
3
it's
wins
Bradley to
from
throw
a
first.
3, and
Game
really in the mix to top this group today. There's a couple of games left, and you feel if he wins both of those, Gary Stone, he will top the group, and he plays the bottom 2 players of the group, and
97.
that sometimes isn't always a foregone conclusion. We know the bottom players in the group are
46.
battling away, and sometimes when they're sort of out of the mix, they can throw with a bit of freedom and cause all sorts of problems. So Stone has to be wary here.
96.
You feel like Bradley's just trying to find a win no matter what the circumstances are. So far, it quite
97.
literally couldn't get any worse for him. Played 13, lost 13. And it was the one against Arnashby. That's the one
129.
that's really going to hurt because he had an opportunity to win it and he was 3-0 up in that game.
Yeah, he had darts at a double, didn't he?
134.
And missing those has hurt him badly.
But he's made some good inroads here in this opening leg.
99.
He is himself an 80 after 12. Occasionally it does take a little bit of time for Gary to get going,
Bradley
but that
require
140 score
80.
puts himself hot on the toes of the young Dutchman. He's only going to get one here. A double top to take the opening leg, and he has to shuffle across.
60. Gary require 84.
Stone, you would think, would get a dart at the ball, but he's strayed. Double 12 now.
Game shot on
Bradley
first leg.
shaking
Gary
his
Stone.
head, going, what else is going to happen to me here? As Gary Stone takes
Second leg. It's
double
Gary to
12
throw
for the
first.
leg.
Game on.
Bradley Roos has got to be thinking, what more have I got to do to win legs? Well, the answer is hit that double at the end.
140.
How many times do you sit in a commentary box and say that'll happen to you when you're in autumn 13 and that will go for you when you're in the form Gary Stone's in?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if the roles are
41.
reversed and you get that, and again, that's to do with confidence and belief. And when you're not hitting them and you're not getting darts at double, you then get a little bit,
97.
you get tense inside. You start to go, oh, you've got a chance here. I've got a chance here, and you just overdo it, and you overthink it, and you throw hoping rather than telling the dart that it's going in.
The brain is a dangerous place
58.
for a dart player. As well for Bradley, what he doesn't want to do is suffer the
98.
indignity of a pointless Group A campaign.
No, absolutely not. You want to be coming here setting records at the right end of the game, not the wrong end, don't you?
60.
So, yeah, totally understand where he's coming from with that and how he feels.
He'll be able to join the Glendoven club of players not to pick up a
90.
win in a group if he loses the last couple of games. And I'm sure we'll ask Glenn all about that when he's sat in the commentary box tomorrow.
57. Gary requires 76.
Double 8. But it
Yeah,
took
shot
him a
on
couple of
second
visits to
leg.
get
Gary
going,
Stone.
but now Gary Stone is running red hot. 14 darter there, 2-0 leads.
Third leg. It's Bradley to throw first.
Yeah, a lot of head scratching
Game
for
on.
Bradley.
$60.
Things don't get a lot better for him. His last game was against Scott Taylor as well in the group.
96.
Well, for Bradley, when he leaves the church this
43.
afternoon, you feel like he's going to be walking back to Dartbreak Motel.
$97.
And he will be in the
58.
Lonely Darts Club if he loses all 15 matches. It's a very solemn place to be.
58. $60. $56. 100.
Well, Stone looking to set himself en route to a 3-0 lead. He's going about his business quite nicely. Not even played 6 minutes in this match, and once again, Gary's in a position to run riot once again. You have to say, one thing Gary's done very well, we say sometimes that he can leave the door open for players, but actually today, when he's got the opportunity to get rid, he has. And he does there.
Gary Stone. Fourth leg.
Roos had hit a 140 to leave himself a go at double top there. And just can't believe that he hasn't got back.
100.
Probably the impossible question to ask, but if you're in Bradley's corner at the end of the day, what are you going to say to him? Or do you just leave him alone and just maybe just forget about darts altogether and just come back tomorrow fresh-faced?
It's one of those situations where you just do not need telling. If somebody approached me and I'd had that situation, I would be fuming. So I would just best leave him alone. Just say new day tomorrow, mate. It's a new day tomorrow.
100.
Just a case of maybe staying off the phone tonight, because you know that family, and they're going to mean all well intentions, of course, are going to be sending messages and that. Just maybe a bit of time in his own space might well be the best thing possibly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That's what I'd be doing. I lose matches at tournaments where you got to mark. I don't even leave the board.
6.
I let the player opponent shake his by the hand, and I go and stand there by that mark board just for 10 minutes to let me consolidate myself more than anything.
85.
Regular habit?
No, I haven't have to do lots of it, but yeah, and I don't plan to do much of it in the future, but it's still there when it does happen.
81.
Well, Gary Stone is 3 from 3 on his doubles, averaging just under 99. This has been a nigh on well, it was nigh on immaculate up until that point, and then he's left a slipper.
64.
But unlike Cinderella, he's hoping that the ball will go on until Saturday.
$89. Gary require 32.
So here we go within 32. 4-0 win.
Game shot.
And there it goes, second dart.
Stone.
So Gary Stone heads back to the top of the table on 20 points with a better leg difference, and that's always worth a point here sometimes at the Super Series. And there's your averages, a good solid 95 from Gary Stone. 4 from 6 on the doubles, he'll take that. Head off into a short break, and when we return with Arnie Speed taking on Jack Tweddle.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super
And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the MODUS Super Series. It's Series 10, it's week 1, and we are looking at the race to win Group A. Before the break, Gary Stone got the better of Bradley Roos by 4-0. And now, time to see what Jack Tweddle can do. The top 3 players are all tied on 20 points at the top of the group. Stone, Tweddle, and Savada, but if Jack can win this game, then he will have a 2-point lead going into the last round of matches, and that match is against Adam Savada. Now,
First
realistically,
leg, it's to throw first.
Treadle probably will have
Game
to
on.
do it by winning both of his games, because Gary Stone has got a healthy lead in terms of legs difference, and Gary will fancy his chances in his last match. But Arna Speed
45.
is showing signs that maybe he's improving. Okay, the first match against Scott Taylor may have left 1 or 2 bits to be desired,
140.
but the numbers for the last couple are just beginning to indicate that he might be getting a bit better, and he may well just be settling into
140.
life here at the live lounge. This may not be the foregone conclusion that perhaps people thought it was going to be around about 24 hours ago.
91.
No, I actually agree with that, mate. I think Arna's now
123.
settled in the group where he is. He knows exactly what his fate is come tomorrow, and I think
100.
he's now relaxing. He's now just getting on with the job, and maybe this is the type of Arna that we were seeing to get his spot here.
100. Jackie require 107.
Jack's pace does suit some quicker players, and it just looks like Arna maybe likes to play
50.
at that slightly
Arna, you
quicker
require
pace, and it suits
93.
him.
Game shot on the first leg.
Nicely
Arna
done, and the way
Speed.
that he's releasing the dart, it looks very positive. And again, he's
Second leg,
thinking
it's
in
Jack
his
to throw
head that he
first.
can be a
Game
real
on.
spoiler in and a real fox in the hen house in this situation.
140.
Now, you look at the action as well of Arna, it looks like it's flowing better, where maybe there was points on
95.
Monday, and sometimes that can come with a bit of tension, can come with a bit of nervousness. Then maybe it was just a little bit stop-start, but it looks like he's
41.
getting the full rhythm of the action now.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the best of him. He's definitely found it.
140.
Probably an inept moment for Jack Tweddle, who is battling for the top of the group.
124. 125. 60. Jackie require 55. Game shot on the second leg.
Good finish
Jack
from Tweddle there. Nice little 2 dart combination.
Third
Hold
leg.
your
It's
throw.
Arna to throw first. Game on. 108.
This is so much better for MODUS Speed, showing the credentials of a man whose talent has got himself
100.
into this position. Now, Arna's a big Feyenoord fan in terms of
97.
football. I'm sure at some point tonight he'll try and find somewhere to watch his beloved team in Champions League action. Not an easy task, mind, tonight.
100.
They're at home to Bayern Munich. Vincent Kompany's Bayern Munich this evening. He was telling me that
60.
because of the previous manager there being Arne Slot, that apparently the chant that they had at Feyenoord used to be
100.
chanted
Arna,
at
you
him at
require
times.
164.
I can see the resemblance.
94.
In the name only, obviously.
100. Arna,
If
you
you're hoping
require
now to pick up
70.
results like Arne Slot has at Liverpool. It's double top.
30.
That was an
Jack, you
opportunity for
require
2-1, and we
101.
know that Tweddle is up for these tasks, but he's the only player today that hasn't had a ton plus checkout, and that trend's going to continue.
81. Arna, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Arna Spee.
So good hold of throw in 16 there for Arne
Fourth leg.
Speed.
It's Jack to throw first. Game on. 100. $140. $108. $140. 57.
Maxi leaves Spee on a single to double after 9, and suddenly Jack Tweddle's a huge bother. But this is also a glaring concern for Gary
42.
Stone,
Arna, you
because
require
Arna's averaging
41.
160. He's getting better game on game, and this is the player that he's
Game
got to
shot on the
face in the
fourth
last
leg.
match.
Arna Spee.
Now, we've all got to put our hands up and apologise to Arne Spee.
Fifth leg. It's Arna to throw first.
We knew he was good,
Game on.
but maybe we just wrote off his chances in the big games. Maybe,
100.
just maybe, we expected a couple of matches to be foregone conclusions.
100.
We're at 3-1 here, and the averages look very good indeed in favour of Arne Speed.
140.
But the thing is, we know he's a good player. We saw glimpses of it the last time he was here. But on Monday and Tuesday,
140.
there was no signs of any level close to this. And you have to give so much credit to him. Because in the position that he's in the
45.
bottom two, detached from everybody else, it could have been so easy just to go through the motions and go back through it on Thursday. So much credit's got to be
94.
given to this young man here.
Yeah, I totally agree, and he does
58.
play
Jack,
a
you
little
require
better at that
167.
little faster pace, but it sometimes means the other player sort of dictates the pace for him.
60. Arna, you require
Well, this would be
158.
some way to see it off. Another double 19. Oh, he fancied it.
120.
Just dropped low,
Jack, you
but it wasn't
require
far away.
107. Game shot on the fifth leg. Jack Tweddle.
Nicely done, Jack Tweddle there.
Sick flag. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Nice 107 finish.
108.
Well, the point Marner's got here is Jack Tweddle is beginning to get towards his level, but can Speed keep up his spree?
85.
Otherwise, it could be his opponent that runs free.
99.
Yeah, Tweddle's definitely hitting the pedal, isn't he?
26.
Putting it to the metal. If you're watching at home, boil up your kettle
96.
because it's going to be a day of entertainment. And I'll be honest, I've run out of words to rhyme with kettle.
Don't worry, mate. You've been in fine
60.
fettle all day.
Jackie require 126.
Well, Treadle gets the treble. That's it. That's harder to say than
86.
perhaps once thought.
You can't even say Cam Crabtree, so shush.
42.
Hope you're well, Cameron.
Jackie require 40.
Tops for Tweddle.
Game shot on a
little by
Jack
little.
Tweddle.
Treadle is turning this game all around, and we now go all the way to a
Seventh and
last
final
leg
leg.
decider.
It's Arna to throw
Arna
first.
Spee, Mr. Dart,
Game
a
on.
double 19 off the back of a 158 combo to win the game an average of around 105. He's now been forced to the depths of a
137.
last leg decider against Jack Treadle, who's getting better all the time in this game.
99.
Yeah, really enjoying this game here. I am, I've got to say. More swings and roundabouts
58.
than a Southampton play park.
Well, talking about roundabouts, Treadle is from
What
the home
about
of the
Andrew?
Magic Roundabout in Swindon.
Yeah, they are weird if you've ever been driven on those.
59.
Don't send Adam Zavada down there. He'd have no idea where to go.
132.
He's himself on a fish. all on the line here for Arnie. He doesn't want to choke it from here.
Just at the wrong moment as well. Looked like that was in the treble 19.
Jackie require
Would have made all sorts of
170.
difference to the visit. And now it's advantage Tweddle.
56.
Needs to find a couple, you feel. Definitely needs to find one.
57.
Needs himself
Jackie
on the
require
fish.
114.
Tweddle has already taken out a 107. Is he going to finish on the 114? No. He's looking for the Shanghai
58.
19s.
Arnie, you
Well,
require
he missed double 19 for 158 to win it. He's not going to do it with a 170.
98. Jackie require 56.
To put himself on the cusp, it's double 10 now for Jack Tweddle. And because he's
46.
missed it, Arna
Arnie,
is
you
back.
require 72.
And he's got a chance to depose with Jack Tweddle, and everything could be in the hands of Gary Stone. 2 darts at double 12 and now double 6.
6.
Don't go!
Jackie require 10.
It's one left in his hand. It
6.
doesn't go. Opportunities spent. A handful of
Arna, you
opportunities
require
to win the
12.
game have come and gone for Jack Tweddle. Arna Spee comes back. Double 6. One left. Oh
6.
no!
Who wants it?
Jackie
Come on, lads. Who
require
wants
4.
it?
We're into the madhouse now. Oh,
2.
you couldn't get closer without finding.
Arnie, you require 6.
The drama is palpable. You can sense the tension on stage. You can feel the drama, feel the significance.
Game shot.
But Jack
and the
Tweddle,
match.
welcome to the
Spee.
Arna Spee Penitentiary. That could well be a defeat that ends his hopes of winning this group. The maximum he can get to is 22, and now has to hope that that man will do himself a favour against Gary Stone in the last game of the day. What a game that was. What a match. Speed 4, Twiddle 3, dramatic from first start to last. Roos and Taylor's next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Ardish B has put in 2 real good back-to-back performances. Wasn't quite good enough against Adam Savada, but before the break, he got the better of Jack Treadle by 4 legs to 3. So for Gary Stone, he better be on guard ahead of their game later on this afternoon. This is the state of play as we enter the final round of matches. Stone, Savada, Tweddle, all level on 20 points apiece. So that means 2 players are going to be on 20 points and miss out. Potentially, a player could be on 22 points in this Group A and miss out on going through. It's been a table of 2 halves. Scott Taylor kept himself in contention for so long, but poor day today has seen him out the mix. And so we go into the final round of fixtures with Taylor looking to end on 16 points, which is a very high total to not get through into Group B on. But that's mainly been down to the fact that Bradley Roos hasn't picked up a win yet in this Group A. And there will be a desperation from him to make sure that he gets at least 1 win in this group. And I suppose the one thing you'd have to maybe give it advice is not to try too hard, because let's be 100% honest. We know that he is going to be thinking about what the table says. Anybody would in his situation.
100.
Yeah, and he's just got to forget everything and just go and play his darts.
43.
And hope that he finds his best game of the week so far.
Certainly food for thought for Bradley going into Thursday and Friday's action.
47.
You'll be in Group C alongside Arna Spee, Scott Taylor, Alex Small, Joe
97.
Crofton. Neil Minnier making a return here after a year away. Group B, now we know that Stone, Savada and Treadle are guaranteed that safety net. We just don't know which two of them are going to be there as of yet. And they'll be joined by Jake Womack, Richard Rowlands and Russ Montgomery. And Glenn Durrant's going to be here tomorrow and Friday to wax lyrical all about that.
60.
We always try and get the superstar pundits here at the Super Series. Unfortunately, you could tell none were available for the next couple of days.
42.
Yeah, some won't be available for the next couple of years if they keep that up, I reckon.
$134.
Bradley
require
looking at 151 to take out the opening leg. There's the 51. He's not going to find the 60 with dart 2.
91.
So Taylor, opportunity to break, may just be a dart at the ball. 2 at double 14. He loves this target. Double 7.
81. Bradley requires 60.
So more chances for Roos.
$52. Scott, you
He's
require
fluffed
7.
his lines once again.
Double 2.
3. Bradley, you require 8.
To get the first leg on the board.
Game shot on the first leg.
Bradley Roos is up and running in this contest.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
You can see by the way he was resigned, he didn't think he was going to get back at that.
140. $100. $123. $96. $60. $126. $83.
Well, Bradley looking to fill it up here. But it's not going to find the treble required, so
59.
Taylor looking at 95 to level this match up at 1 apiece.
There is a little pressure on the shot here with it being a nice little combination, but double 19 incoming.
57.
So there we go.
Bradley, you require 120. 88. Scott, you require 38.
So 38 again for Taylor.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-2.
Scott Taylor. Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Both players, you could just tell, are going for the mill. They have had days that they want to forget. You know, in Test match cricket, when there's a stalemate, you just know on day 5 that nothing's going to happen.
81.
The pitch isn't going to do anything, and the score is unrealistic to chase down. You shake hands, and there's a draw, and that's the end of it. Well, I'm sure that both players here would feel quite similar. If they could just
42.
shake hands and take a point apiece, I think they'd do that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I do agree. If that was possible, they would, but this is
6.
darts and you have to have a winner.
$89. $100. 60.
Good find from Roos there. You wouldn't bet against Taylor hitting a 140 here and leaving the big fish.
140. Bradley required
the most
120.
170s here in the building. He's hit 5. Is he going to get the opportunity? Yes, he is.
67. Scott, you require 170. $145.
And one goes
Bradley, you
begging there
require 53.
for Scott Taylor.
Okay, the old 51-2
No score.
route.
Scott, you require 25.
So Taylor will go 1 double 12 for this. D12. Now double 6. Not to be.
19. Bradley, you require 53.
So for a 2-1 lead, missed the big number, 47. So just the one dart at tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Bradley
Starting
Roos.
to get a bit of luck go his way.
And not just is he beginning to hit, Taylor's missing
Fourth
a lot.
leg,
9
it's Scott
darts
to
and a
throw
double that
first.
have
Game on.
gone a begging for the former champion.
140. $140. $100. $96.
That dart under the treble 20 is what causes Bradley Roos all the problems, and no such problem here for Scott Taylor.
180. $57. Scott, you require 81.
Well, from the Dolgers, perhaps a leg of brilliance. Because out of nowhere, he's left himself on a double after 11 darts.
61. $137.
Double 10.
Scott, you require 20.
Parity.
Game shot on the fourth
13
leg. Scott
darter.
Taylor.
Desmond match.
Fifth leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on. 60. 108.
Is Scott Taylor just beginning to find his mojo a bit? It was a sluggish start, but there's signs he's just
23.
beginning to improve as this match moves along. Is there signs that this leg's going to get better? Yes, there is.
180.
I'm just about to tape Henry's mouth up.
108. Scott, you require 141.
Yes with the first. Yes with the second. Go on, Scott Taylor. No!
117.
Almost. Great attempt. There was only one place closer, and that was in.
The barest of margins separated Scott Taylor from perfection. However, 10 darts wouldn't be too bad, would it?
Scott, you required 24.
Same hole.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Scott Taylor.
Finds it there. Now, that is some spurt over 2 legs. 13 and 11 to turn this match on its head. And Bradley Roos is a leg away
It's
from
Scott to throw
15
first.
defeats from
Game
15.
on.
Oh, I was just about to say, yeah, do it again,
60.
do it again, and this time don't miss. We were enjoying that.
Go on, Brad, it's your turn, pal.
Six.
We'll try again. We'll try again next leg. Might be in the next match.
140.
Last 9 data at a mould.
6.
Back in October.
$131.
Well, he missed the 9 data in the previous leg. So he could have won this match on the big fish. And there's a little bit of me that thinks that Scott
41.
Taylor's in the mood
Scott,
that
you
he'll just
require
go for it nonetheless.
170.
He's so far in front on this leg. Another one of them. Bullseye. 6
Game
of
shot
the
and the
best
match.
in the big
Scott
fish
Taylor.
department for Scott Taylor. The most prolific hitter of that finish has done it again. He's done it to get the better of Bradley Roos. He missed double 12 for the 9 data in the leg previous, and he is finished off by hitting the biggest fish in the sea. His 4th ton plus checkout of the day. And for Bradley Roos, that is 15 defeats from 15. Coming up after the break, Jack Tweddle against Adam Savada. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! So Treadle 55 to put this contest to a close. And it's a 14 darter to finish the job off, and it puts Jack Treadle back to the top of the table. And he poses the question of Stone and Treadle. Just when he thought his hopes were in the mortuary, he may well come back from the dead. Adam Zavada has resurrected his Group A campaign. Game 14 sees Jack Treadle go head-to-head with Adam Zavada. The winner of this game will move on to 22 points. They will move top of the table, and then they will wait to see whether Gary Stone can get the better of Arne Spee. Before the break, Scott Taylor missed double 12 for a 9 and then hit a big fish the leg thereafter to ensure that Bradley Roos ends his Group A campaign. Nothing more than a loser. 15 defeats from 15 for the Dutchman in his campaign. He'll be looking to get things right on Thursday and Friday. But for these two, their ambitions are lofty at the top of the table. The winner will put themselves into provisional P1 in a Gary Stone's game against Arne Spee, who Jack Treadle can tell you for his own experience, in fact Adam Zavada can as well, is not a game that's a foregone conclusion.
85. $140.
And I've got to be honest, Scott, I'm not quite sure where to sway here, because it looked like for a time that Treadle was playing to a level which was hard to be beaten.
45.
And Zavada's had those streaks this week. But there's also been points where both players have just come off it a little bit. Treadle a bit more today. There's been times yesterday where Zavada's showed a little bit of inconsistency. It could be a hard one to call, but Treadle's got the better of the opening leg.
Yeah, it's how Jack gets over that last defeat, really, I think, for me.
140. $60.
Well, now needs to find a treble. Does so to his credit.
Jackie require 132.
But Treadle was looking for the 132. He's not going to get it. So Zavada's going to get a chance to win a first leg, which for the most part he found himself chasing in considerably.
$60. Jackie require 85.
Size
61. Adam, you
that
require
way, leave himself
80.
for double 12. So Zavada 80 to take the opening leg against Fro.
$60.
Yeah, Tweddle
Jack,
was
you
looking for
require
25
24.
ball, wasn't he, in the last visit, and hit the bullseye first the wrong way round.
Game shot on the
It's
first
double
leg,
12
Jack
the
12.
right way round this time. Holds his throw.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. $55. $131. $95. $140.
Already it's become apparent that Treadle's power scoring much better than Zavada. He's had 4 2-treble visits in the game. Zavada's just had the solitary one. And you feel
97.
like the man from America is playing catch-up here. He lost the first leg. That was okay because it was on throw, but there's a real danger here
6.
that he could be broken.
Yeah, absolutely, and he just looks a little bit more deliberate, doesn't he, Savada, at this moment in time? Where he looked to be a little bit more
140. Jack, you
flowy
require
and he looks to
170.
be throwing more individual darts. One at a time. First one in, second one in. It's 170 again. No,
145.
not to be
Adam, you require
this time from
114.
Tweddle.
Zavada isn't going to punish with the 114 checkout, so Tweddle will come back for 25 to double up his advantage in this
58.
match.
Jack, you require 25.
Will be one double 12.
Game shot on a second
Nicely
leg.
done.
Jack Tweddle. Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. $48. $140.
Well, Tweddle 2 to the good here, but a lackluster first score from him, twinned with a decent start for Zavada, may open up
134.
this third leg for interpretation. You feel like it's a third leg that if Adam Zavada is going to have any chance in this match, he has to win, simple as that.
$92. $87. $177. $65. Adam, you require 92.
There's only 2 left. Decide to go treble 16 as opposed to double.
44. Jack, you require 167. $58. Adam, you require 48.
It's double 16.
Game shot on
He's
the
back
third
to
leg.
2-1.
Adam
Savada still ticking along in this contest. And because he's got the break there,
Fourth
the match
leg, it's Adam
returns
to
to
throw
throw.
first. Game on. $108.
Nicely done from Savada.
96.
Savada goes 4 deep. Scott Taylor missed double 12 points in the previous match. But what Adam has done here is given himself a real foothold back into this contest. Was 2-0 down, and now potentially on the cusp of levelling up at 2-2.
$83. $64. Adam, you require 138. $98.
The old 138, the old weight, the Keith Dalloway. Don't see that very often.
59.
Delaware, that sounds like somewhere that he lives,
40.
or somewhere near to where he lives in the United States.
That's Delaware, not Delaway.
Double 10. 2-2. Level game. Savada was 2 behind, and now he's brought us back to an even kilter.
Fifth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. $100.
I think Twitter would be preferring this game to be played at a slightly faster pace. But he's a young man learning his trade, and he has a lot of experience, does Jack.
$108.
Okay, now the scoring's going into a little bit of overdrive.
140.
Ease up, fellas. Actually, don't ease up.
$145. Jackie require
Excellent
81.
setup. It's on for potential 10 data to break it, but he may not get a go. He ain't going to get a go.
Fifth leg,
What an incredible leg. What a time to produce it for Jack Tweddle. Adam Savada had left himself on a double after 9. He didn't get a go because Tweddle goes in 12.
Nicely done by Jack there, and those are the legs that lift the confidence. But here comes Adam saying, I'm not going anywhere. This is good stuff.
These two really are turning it on, aren't they?
140.
The gloves are off.
$60.
Well, we have seen some scarily good contests today. It's been a good Group A, actually. Really good day today
93.
in terms of some of the games that we've seen.
$57. 101.
Good bit of balls management there from Jack Tweddle, leaving the 167.
$98. Jack, you require 167.
So then, he's had a chance to win it. He's not going to take it. As Zavada's hopes
99.
may lay on him
Adam,
taking
you
out this
require
106 to take us the distance. He's going to, at least he should get a dart. He will get a dart. Double 16.
90. Jackie requires 68.
$25 left. Will leave himself
44.
double 12.
Adam, you require
He has
16.
to hope that Zavada spuds free at double 8. He's 33% on the checkouts. He hits it 1 in 3 in this match. And he only needs the one there.
Adam Zavada.
We go all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Another match north of the 90 average that I really am enjoying here.
108.
And that's only going to help the matter.
Can we book these every week?
45.
Because the standard
96.
at times has been, well, stupid. Stupidly good.
We've had clusters of 90 averages game after game, haven't we? And it's just been
42.
one of those fun days. He'll stay there.
140.
Well, the winner of this game then has to hope that Arne Spee will do him a favour in the next. Tweddle, 85 after 9, and Zavada
Jackie
is
require
nowhere to be
85.
seen in this decider. And so, doesn't have to chase the bullseye, will square up upon his return
45.
to put himself in the clubhouse lead.
All you can do is put the points on the board.
78.
He's
Jackie
looking to
require
hit, and then
40.
he's looking to hope.
Game
He's
shot
found the tops
unmatched.
and he's found the
Jack
win
Tweddle.
that he needs, Jack Tweddle. And after a perfect start on Monday for Adam Zavada, he's going to have to play the full quota of days if he is to make it through to Saturday in week 1. As for Jack Tweddle, well, he moves to the top of the table, and now he has to hope that Arne Spee can do him a favour. If he beats Gary Stone after the break, it will be Tweddle that goes through, a win for the Scot, and then it's going to be glory, glory, Gary Stone. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Right, here we go. Final game of the group. And the situation is as simple as this. A win for Gary Stone against Arne Spee means he wins the group. If Arne can spring a surprise, then it's going to be Jack Tweddle that will win the group because he got the better of Adam Savada by 4-3 in the penultimate match of the group. And so the clubhouse lead belongs with the man from Swindon, but who is going to grab the glory come the end of it? And Gary better be put on notice because Arne Spee is having his best ever spell here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We know how good a player he is, but he's playing to a level now.
Game on.
That is as good as you've ever seen. But Scott, let's get to the nuts and the bolts of the action. What do you expect to see here?
97.
Do you know what? I'm not that sure. Arne looked super special in his last game
40.
and just didn't quite sort of the end of the game wasn't how it started. But
121.
I just think that he's got more in the tank, Arne, than we've seen so far, and we've seen glimpses of it. Whether he's going to be able to bring it out here, should be easier for him to do it now when he's not under the pressure.
Well, he can free roll up against Gary Stone, who said at the beginning of the day that's how he's going to play. But let's be perfectly honest about the situation. There's no way he will be playing this match with an air of free roll. You could do that for so long, but then when you get put in a position where you can win, the psychology changes. It goes back to default setting.
137.
How is he going to deal with it? Well, so far he's dealing with it very well. He's got off to a quicker start than his Dutch opponent. As of yet, isn't finding the high levels that he ascertained in his previous couple of matches. And so Stone finds tops for 40 data to kickstart the match.
Second leg.
That shows his intent for me.
Game on.
We've been speaking a lot. We were commentating together, weren't we, on the Global Championship, and we were mentioning how he's been spending time with a sports psychologist and
81.
trying to work on the mental side of the game. He's been the first to admit that maybe sometimes he's underachieved in his career, and maybe sometimes the person that beats Gary Stone the most is him, but he's trying his best to try and rectify that issue.
100.
And it's games like this which really will test and maybe give us a glimpse as to how far Gary has come.
140.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of faced the day with a
43.
totally different attitude
On
to
a
what we usually
require
see him
96.
doing, and he's a better player for it.
56.
Well, Arna's left tops after 12. Really good leg on throw for the Dutchman.
97. Arna, you require
And he's
40.
got time on his side to square up at one apiece. Now, doesn't have to go for the
Game
double
shot on the
five, but he
second
does
leg, on
and
a
gets.
speed.
Risk and reward for the Dutchman.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Just a reminder, Group B sees the arrival of Jake Womack, Richard Wolans, and Ross Montgomery. Group C sees Alex Small, Joe Croft, and Neil Minear
38.
in action. A reminder for those that are joining us for the first time on Pluto TV. 1 o'clock and 10 o'clock are our session times tomorrow. Group C is our first session.
140.
Group B is our second. And if you haven't done so already and you're watching this on demand, don't forget to download the Pluto TV app. It's available on your
43.
smart TV or smart device. Free to download, free to watch. You can also tune in via Pluto.tv in territories which have the capabilities.
59.
Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
$100. 134.
Yeah, good stuff again from Stone. He's wanting to make this a 5 out of 5 day. And
140. Gary
he was
required
positive when he
108.
spoke about that at the start of the day as well, wasn't he? That he was going to try and make it a 5 out of 5 day and see where it left him.
$82.
Well, Gary Stone has left himself on the lesser spotted double 13, and he may have to take it out. Spee is very, very
125.
hot
Gary
on his
required
tail.
26.
If this doesn't go, Spee's back for the break and back for 2-1. And then Stone
shot
would be
on the
made to
third leg.
sweat.
Gary
But he's
Stone.
made a strong stuff. Granite stuff on the Scot. He leads 2-1 and halfway
Fourth
now
leg, it's Arna to throw first.
towards sealing his
Game on.
place into Saturday's final.
97.
And the other thing Gary's got as an advantage is the fact he has the throws, so he doesn't have to worry about getting a break at some point. If he does his
57.
job 4 times, there's nothing his opponent can physically do about it.
No, and that's the advantage of having the throw, and you've got to take
96.
advantage of that in these moments. Like you say,
6.
Arna's there nip and tuck with him in the averages. They're both sort of teetering around the 90.
$92. $60.
Well, for Gary Stone, it's a case of little less conversation, a little more action, please. Because Arnie Spee is looking to level up at 2-2.
140.
And that 140 has left himself on a 2-darter after 12. Both players are doing exactly what they need to do on their darts in this match.
100. Arna, you require 76.
Arnie has a really nice rhythm about his game and his throw.
$60.
A little Van Ski-like, almost, I would say. A little bit like Jimmy. Just half the height.
108. He
Big darts from Stone.
Game shot on the
Not
fourth
big
leg.
enough,
Arna
though.
Spee.
Arnie holds his nerves. Spee takes it to 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Spare foot for Jack Treadle right now, who is probably twiddling his thumbs.
100.
If there's any fingernails left, I'm sure the last remnants of them are being bitten off as we speak.
96.
We will be chewing the facts of the day's action following the end of this match. But we're none the wiser yet as to who our studio guest is going to be. Because the winner of the group will join myself and Scott Mitchell on the comfy black chairs, and probably
40.
the most comfortable black chairs now on TV. Forget Mastermind. It's the studio that all the players want to be sat in.
60.
Gonna say, if it was Mastermind, I don't think I'll be getting my backside anywhere near one of those chairs.
140.
Let's be honest, there's not many dart players that should even contemplate the idea of going on a programme like that.
100.
Put it this way, I'm not sure Dave Chisnell would get many correct on that programme.
Oh, Chizzy, Chizzy.
58.
Love that boy.
Gary
He is
require
ace.
104. 80. Arna, you require 167.
Stone's left himself for a double, but now he hopes Arna has not got something explosive up his sleeve.
133. Gary requires
did have.
24.
Pressure applied. Pressure applied.
12. Arna, you require
Is that the
34.
moment? Is that the moment for Gary Stone that eludes him? But it's the awkward double 17. Oh, that's very awkward. How does he find a way through? He's got two blockers right in the way. Gary Stone is literally
Yes, on a
jumping and
fifth leg,
poised, but he
on a
will see
spin.
Arnie Spee find a way through the wall and into the top of the bed to break the throw and
Sixth
possibly
leg,
break
it's
his
Arna to
heart.
throw first. Game on.
In these moments, you've got to convince yourself that was kind of your own fault. You
6.
can't blame the other player. And you've got to get your head back on straight away. And he has, I think, on this occasion.
83. 55. 140.
Well, for Gary Stone, he's going to have to roll his socks up here.
$140. $100.
Only a ton. Punishable if Arna finds something decent here.
100. $55. Arna, you require 100.
So not to be this time from Stone. He goes treble 19, treble 19. Does this man? Back up top.
58. Gary, you require 123.
Got to be treble 19 first. Treble 18 and ball. It's not going to happen, and that's not an easy dart. Oh, nicely.
91.
Nicely
Arna, you
avoided from
require
Gary
88.
Stone. All he can do now is hope.
Arna Spee has a dart at the bull to send Jack
63.
Treadle through. Gary
Gary, you
Stone
require 32.
has seen the tungsten trapdoor almost slam in his face. But the door is ajar,
on a sixth
and he
leg,
just
Gary
creaks
Stone.
it open just that bit more. And he takes us all the way. And so
7 from
it all
final
comes
leg.
down
It's
to
Gary
this.
to throw first.
The
Game
Mexican
on.
standoff scenario. One leg, 501. Gary Stone is throwing for himself to win it. Arna Spee has been tag teamed in for
134.
Jack Treadle to send him through.
$100.
brilliant climax to Group A here as we start week 10.
140.
Series 10 in week 1, sorry. Super start to the series.
140.
The very first group going right down to the wire. And the last leg. Can't ask for more than that.
140.
As Sir Alex Ferguson would call it, squeaky bum time.
That was a mammoth last start there from Gary Stone. Absolute mammoth in the situation.
140. Gary require 87.
Well, he's had a dart against him. But he's going to get a dart himself at double 5. And Gary Stone has done his job. The Granite Scot has crossed the line, but just. You could see what it meant. He knew that Arnie Spee had a chance to end it once and for all. But for Gary Stone, he knew he had to complete the card today. He knew he had to be perfect. And on Wednesday he was. And now he gets to enjoy a couple of days off. He shows his respect to his opponent who pushed him all the way. But it is glory, glory Gary Stone in Group A. He has beaten Arne Spee by 4 legs to 3 to go through with glee. We're going to hear from Gary in a few moments' time. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Gary Stone, by the skin of his teeth, managed to cross the finishing line. He got the better of Arne Spee by 4 legs to 3. He said this morning that he's going to have to win all 5. He's going to go win the group. That was exactly what he did. Let's confirm that then, because this is how the table looks. He wins it on legs difference from Jack Tweddle. The pair on 22 points. Adam Zavada finished 3rd with 20 points in the group. That seldom happens here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Scott Taylor on 16, Arne Spee on 10. For Bradley Roos, it was a Group A to forget. Happy to say that Gary joins myself and Scott in the studio. You've made a career out of making life difficult for yourself, and you've done it once again there.
Usually I'm not end it, so it's nice to come out. It's nice to talk to you guys in day 3 instead of day 2. Because the last time I was in here, obviously, 4 points clear, and that helped me a little bit today, to be fair, because I thought I'm 4 points behind, but I was 4 points ahead the last time in the ADC weekend, and I thought it's doable.
Well, let's have a look at the table again, because this is how tight proceedings were, because you on 22 points, Jack Tweddle was also on 22 points as well. You said at the start of the day that 5 wins from 5 was what was absolutely necessary to go on and win the group. Did you also feel like a couple of big wins were important as well?
I think if they come, then great, but the W's more important. So I thought win 5 out of 5, and then I can't do any more than that. If things go your way, then great. If no, Monday's probably dictated where I'm going to end up in the group. So I come in here. When I spoke to you this morning, I wholeheartedly believed I was coming here a free hit, nice and relaxed. I think I've played like that the full day, to be fair. Apart from that last game, I was a bit nervy, but no, I've felt really, really good all week.
It didn't come across. There's been other times that you've been here, and I've mentioned it in commentary all day. I think that's probably the most relaxed Gary Stone I've seen playing in an awful long time, because you've got the confidence that goes with it. You're confident now, and that stops you having those silly moments. And if you do have those silly moments, when you're confident, you get yourself out of it. And that's what's happened today.
Yeah. I think for the turn of the year, I've dedicated practice now, which I wasn't doing before. I was playing when I felt like it. I didn't go to Q school on purpose. I thought, I'm not playing consistent enough. But what I will do is enjoy this year, and I'll dedicate myself this year and see how we go. I'm not worrying about money. I want trophies. I want titles. For the past 10, 12, 13 years, I've been the journeyman who's just turned up, played well in spells. I don't want that anymore. I want to win things now, and I feel as if I deserve that. But if I don't put the work in, I don't deserve it. So this year, I'm putting the work in. I've dedicated coming home for work, give myself that 2 hours on the board, which I've never done before, and it's making a big difference.
Do you feel like you haven't fulfilled what talent you've got yet?
100%. I think that goes without question. I think this man will tell you. I think anybody, Glenn Durrant is probably one of my biggest backers. He's said for a long, long time that I should be doing a lot. I've let myself down, but there's times where I feel as if I'm trying my very best and it's just not happened. And Monday was a prime example. I don't think I did much wrong on Monday. It's just these things seem to happen. But again, I spoke to Stuart on Monday night for 360, and Stuart said, well, you're throwing it all wrong. These guys are up in their game because of who you are. You've got to take the positives for that. Instead of looking at the negatives, and this man told me this morning, stop looking at the negatives, focus on the positives, and that's what I've tried to do. And fair play to Scott. Scott told me that this morning.
And then in terms of the way you've played over the course of the 3 days, you must have thought, right, day 1, day 2, I'm playing some decent stuff. So if I stay towards that level, I'm going to give myself an opportunity.
It's got to come. And you can't average 90, 95, 97 and go against you all week. I think the main difference was when I put Adam under a little bit of pressure. I thought he's never been put under pressure until that game. I thought if I nip in front, then we'll see how he reacts. If he reacted the way he played in the Monday, then fair play, all good to him. But I thought he's been a front runner in the Monday, and that made it a little bit easy for him. So I thought if I just nip in front of him and then see how he reacts, and that was the biggest difference, I think.
You're mentally, even the way that you've approached that and the way you're talking to me, mentally you can see you've changed, because you would never have thought that before.
No, 100%.
So you're now breaking the game down as a mental part of the game, and And that's what all the top players do. That's what they all do. So you're absolutely right in what you're doing. And I think, I think everything's going to fall into place for you in 2025.
Hopefully, mate. I had to change something. If you keep going down the same road, then you're going to get the same answers. I reached out to Stuart. Stuart's really helped me massively. I'm falling into I'm not going to say I'm a changed person overnight, far from it. But there's times in games where I feel myself falling into the old trap, and then I give myself a quick talking to, and it changes everything.
Do you want to see the moment against Arna back? Do you dare want to see the moment?
No.
To be honest, I'm going to be honest with you, Gary. We're going to show it anyway. You didn't really have an option.
There's no option.
This is the last leg. The way that Arna was playing, he had missed a dart at the ball. Did you feel like that might be the only chance you get?
I said that to Scott. I said, I don't even want to give him the opportunity. I probably snatched that 5-5. It's probably the snatchiest dart I've threw all week, and it's sailed right in the middle. So I'll take it. I'm more chuffed about getting the 2 days off where I can just... It's my girlfriend's birthday on Saturday, so every time she came down with me, I've tripped myself up, and I've not made the Saturday, and I thought, oh, no again, surely no for her birthday, but I thought I can't bring her all the way to Portsmouth and no make the Saturday night, so I'm chuffed about that.
I'll tell you what, the way that white foot was swinging there, I thought our camera was in a bit of trouble there.
Gary Burnett.
Just leave the speaker alone, whatever you do. You mentioned the inspiration there. It's your partner's birthday on Saturday. Does that add an extra little bit of motivation going into the finals?
It's motivation. There's a little bit of pressure as well. At the same time, she's one of my biggest backers. Her and the main sponsors. I've got Alan Kerr at the Crown, Jamie Ward for CSM. People who believed me for a long, long time, who every time I hit the crossbar, they're there. They're there to pick up the pieces. They're there to say, do you know what, go again. And these guys deserve a little bit more in my eyes. I feel as if I owe them a hell of a lot. So it's nice to get that over the line, and hopefully this is a big year for everybody.
Well, this would be some way to kickstart it, that is for sure. And how much would actually just getting over the line, would it just be almost more relief than anything else if you could get the first under your belt?
I think I've said that for a long time. I spoke to Matt about that before as well, Matt Edgar, and Matt said that, you know, as soon as he gets the first one, then it's going to be a pendulum, and that happened at the ADC weekend. I won the first one and won a double header. I just feel as if I can find that little bit of more belief in myself that everybody else has. Things will come, and I'm getting there. I'm putting the work in, as I've said, so even when they don't come, I can't knock myself too hard because I'm putting the work in now.
Well, Gary, your work's done. You can now go and relax for a few days. Our job ain't done yet. We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll round up everything else that has happened in Group A. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! So Gary Stone has departed us, and we'll see him again on Saturday night, winning Group A from Jack Tweddle in second spot. Adam Savada will be the other player to play in the night session. He won all 5 games on Monday, but could only split his matches over Tuesday and Wednesday. Scott Taylor into Group C on 16 points. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down then. So Gary Stone is through as the winner of Group A. Group B sees Jake Romack, Richard Rowlands and Ross Montgomery enter the fray, whilst we watch Alex Small, Joe Croft and Neil Minear enter the action in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Scott Mitchell is still with me here in the studio, and look, we've spoken a lot about Gary Stone, his mental abilities, and sometimes there's been opportunities in his career that he has let pass by, but today he had a chance and he took it.
I think he's learned from this building alone. It's happened to him. Oh, excuse me. It's happened to him a couple of times, and these things happen to you as dart players, and you have to learn from them. He said he's not doing the same things. He's not making the same mistakes, and I agree with him. At the moment, he's not. But it's when you play and it happens to you a couple of games in a row again, you're going to have to start really questioning yourself and really start thinking about how to deal with it again.
What did you make of the interview? Because he's kind of said what we've been saying about him for a number of years. We've never, ever denied the talent that he has had. He's always had that. You've been on the circuit with him for a number of years. But he feels like now is the time that if he's going to do it, he has 1 year and he's got to try and pick up as much as possible.
Yeah, I think so. But I think he's got to be careful putting too much pressure on that. I'm a firm believer of if he does start winning something, then he will continue to win. Once you become a winner, you don't forget how to win. And there can be gaps and periods between winning that when you get back in that situation again, you go, there it all is again. And it all comes back to yourself. It all comes back in your mind. You remember how to do it. And I think he just needs that first chance to get that one big win under his belt and then continue to remembering how to do it.
How do you fancy his chance on Saturday? Because it felt like he broke, even though he's won a Group A before, he's broken a duck here. Going into Saturday, knowing he's got a little bit of motivation as well. How do you think that'll suit him?
I think they're doing well, but the one thing about going into a Saturday, having a couple of days off, you've left being the man in the room. And then all of a sudden you come back and you still feel the man in the room. It's all about that first game on Saturday, because you come back and play as number one, the first game on. And that's always a nervy game. So it's how you prepare yourself for that game and how you do in that game, because you've come back in thinking, well, I won Group A, I'm all right here. But if you lose that first game on a Saturday, it puts you in all sorts of problems, not just mentally, just in the little group table and on the board. So I think he's just got to be careful that he gets that first game right. I think he can, but it's not down to me. He's got to go and do it.
How's Jack Tweddle going to be feeling right now?
Probably a little unfortunate, but for me, I don't think he could have done a lot different today. Yeah, he was unfortunately, when he had 2 games left, he lost one of them. You can be hypercritical over that, but I think overall, if you'd have told Jack at the start of the week that he would be right in the mix going into the last game to top the group, I think he'd have took that. So yes, at the moment, he'll be disappointed for an hour or two maybe, but I think he's a young man that's coming through and he's doing that lovely. I love when players learn not rapidly, but slowly and steadily, because it all then goes in and stays in the head. And I think he's one of those players that's going to be around for a long, long time. I think this is just the start for him, nowhere near the end. And
the good stuff was really good, wasn't it, from Jack?
Yeah, it was. And you know, I played him a couple of weeks back at Q School, and he just kept his head in the moments where you think, oh, I've got you here, kidder. No, I didn't. You know, he went up and he did it. And it wasn't a particularly good game. So those are the games where you can get the sort of fast, rapid players like Jack is. You can get them on the back foot, but he wasn't having any of it. And I've seen more of that again this week.
In terms of Adam Savada, we heaped him with praise on Monday. There was no other thing we can do but heap him with praise for the performances he put in. But in terms of Tuesday and Wednesday, has it felt a bit more patchy, a bit more inconsistent?
A little more patchy, but I think there's the other part that the other players saw him on Monday and thought, whoa, I can't go off my game here against you. And although he looked a little bit patchy in games, people didn't go off their game against him. That's the thing. So he was going game after game after game with having set his stall out on Monday. It kind of made it difficult for him because everybody was just concentrating that a little bit more and getting things right in the moments. I'm not so sure he dropped off lots, because he did in the averages. It says that he did. But I think that's more to do with the situations that he was getting put in by his opponents each time he was going to the board.
And it's those types of numbers. That is why people are going to be putting a target on his back when it comes to Thursday and Friday evening. In terms of Scott Taylor, this week hasn't got going for him. But then in his last match, he misses double 12 for 9 and hits a big fish.
Absolutely. So is he going to now not walk out of here with a bit of confidence and thinking I'm through it? The thing with this game is you can lose your confidence very quickly with your darts, with your equipment, with yourself, with your mind. But it doesn't take long. A couple of big, good moments and you get it straight back and it comes flooding back. And, you know, we were all wishing this to go in for him, really. We've got to be. And it doesn't get much closer than that. And then to go and step up and then do the 170 as well, you know, I think we know that he's getting more back to the Scott that we know and love. I saw a few of his averages at Q School and it just wasn't him. So let's hope that, you know, he's through that now and that gives him a big lift because he's a good guy as well. That's what I like about Scott.
Talking about lifts, that's definitely what Arne Spey has had today. Now, the numbers on day 1 and 2 didn't quite suggest the level we were going to see today. We knew he was a good player, but the numbers he showed towards the end of the session were very encouraging.
We saw him more in full flow, didn't we, towards the end of the day, where throwing with a bit of freedom, throwing where he could learn and enjoy and not under any pressure at all. And I think now that he's gone up there on that stage and thrown like that and proved to himself that he can do that here, I think we're going to see a different him in Group C.
And he may feel like in that Group C, because you look at the 3 players that come in, that it's a very, very level group open for interpretation. And maybe even Bradley Woods will feel like if he can win early on, he might get some joy.
Yeah, I think so. I think he could. But, you know, he hasn't got long to think about it. He's got just an overnight and then he's back into the group. And I think if he's going to do well in group, he's got to start well. He's got to start well. Otherwise, you get stuck in that rut that he's been in all week. And then you start making life very difficult for yourself.
Right, everyone's gone. Best time to go home, right?
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Scott, thank you for your company. We shall see you again here very soon indeed. Remember, double session days on Thursday and Friday, respectively, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We kick off our coverage at 1 p.m. tomorrow to see how Group C gets underway. And then tomorrow night, Group B gets underway. It is a 10 o'clock start on Pluto TV exclusively. And remember, the action never stops here. It's a 24/7 dedicated darts channel, so you can watch the darts content to your heart's content, because we'll have exclusive documentaries, a delve back into classic matches all day, every day here on the Super Series dedicated channel on Pluto TV. Well, Wednesday was a very dramatic day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Treadle thought he put his pedal to the metal, but it turned out Group A was a stone's throw. For all of us here, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout. Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
My name is Glenn Durrant, and he's my masterclass on the grip. So, many ways